Can I get someone to assist? Ngicela ungisele lapha. Emuva. Good morning, everyone. It is 10:02. That would mean that we can get ready to start with our program. I'm just quickly joining Zoom so that you can also see. There we go. Prof. Mieni, I believe I can bring him over if he's ready to continue, just so that he can greet everyone. Please, can everyone ensure that they've signed the register? I see Usne is going around with it. Please just ensure that you've signed for every day that you are here. Very important that we do. Dr. Macy. Yeah. Thank you, guys. Over to you, Prof.
Good morning, colleagues. I know it has been a long way but I'm hoping that you're still energetic because each and every day we always bring new dimension or new speakers. So with that, then that means to say you should always be active for each and every day. So let me just officially greet all of you and then officially also indicate that let's start our program for today. I know that today we've got 2 speakers. So I also want to share with you that there is a bit of a reshuffling in our program. So we have got the first presentation on future trends and opportunities. And then we're also supposed to be having another presentation on AI and SDGs. So what's going to happen, there's a slot that we had for Friday for what we call grant funding. So what's going to happen, we are going to take that slot for grant funding and do it today, and then, but we'll continue with the future trends. Then tomorrow, we'll continue with the AI. So that's a small restructuring that we have in our program then. So we have Dr. Nderu with us here, who will be presenting for us today. Let me just do like this talk. Let me just give a bit of a bio sketch about you before we allow you an opportunity to come forward then. Dr. Nderu is a lecturer and a research fellow at the Department of Computing at Jomo Kenyatta University of Agriculture and Technology in Kenya. And he holds a PhD in computer science with specialization in artificial intelligence and also fuzzy logic from the University of Paris. And he has also done his master's degree in software engineering. His current interests include artificial intelligence, machine learning, applications in health and agriculture, as well as natural language processing. Then let us welcome Dr. Nderu on stage.
So I think I have some presentation here and would want to plug it in. I don't know whether, so that I can project it. Yeah, I can. Thank you. Thank you so much for the welcome, Prof, and the organizers of the summer school. I am very pleased to be here and very happy to be here today. I am Lawrence Nderu, as has been rightly said. I'm from Jomo Kenyatta University of Agriculture and Technology in Kenya. I'm the chairman, Department of Computing, where I also lecture and do research. I'm also involved in a digital innovation hub called J-Hub, which is a space for nurturing innovations that try to address the societal changes. I'm also a co-founder of the Green Digital Innovation Hub, which is a digital innovation hub that is based outside the university in Konza City in Kenya. And I work within the space of, in research-wise, I work within the space of AI, ML, and those kind of solutions. So my main focus here in this talk looks at AI as an enabler of the solutions that can help us address the challenges that we face in the global south and perhaps in the wider world. And I'll also be able to demonstrate some of the ideas or some of the solutions that we are working on in JQuat, specifically at the J-Hub, the Green Digital, and the Green Digital Innovation Hub. So I believe you have maybe read the book or watched the movie, which has a saying that says AI might not dream of electronic ship, but it can help us build a more imaginative future that is. And that's what the theme of my talk looks at. I want to focus more on the positive part so that we can look at how the future will be modified or we can improve the future by use of technologies such as AI. We all know the main agencies that we have in the SDGs, starting from looking at the goals that needs to be achieved. There has been efforts in trying even to quantify the measuring of those SDGs. So critical for the global south, where challenges like poverty, hunger, and inequality are most pressing. And we know it. We have that experience for living in the global south. AI can accelerate progress if developed and deployed responsibly. And therefore, the cases that I'm going to talk about are cases where we are trying to use AI to solve those kind of challenges or even address them. You look at something like poverty and hunger. So AI-powered financial tools. We have solutions working with farmers so that we can be able to quantify or even to be able to measure how much produce they are producing and then be able to provide loans to them, insurance to their product. We also have predictive models for at-risk population, trying to look at people who are prone to some risk. There is also precision agriculture, and we'll show some solutions that we're working within that space for improved crop yields. Zero hunger is another area, crop disease prediction and optimization, supply chain optimization to reduce waste, and also smart irrigation systems. Those are some of the things that are going to be common. The other one is health and also education. So good health and well-being. We are looking at it from, so one of our projects that we are working on is called AI Bomber. And the AI Bomber, our belief is that healthcare should not start at the hospital. It should start at home. So we are looking at even trying to give ideas on the foods that you eat at home, predictive. We have solutions in that space, looking at what you eat, and then how can you even control some of these parameters. I'll talk about that. We have seen on the larger scale drug discovery and also personalized medicine. In education, and I think talking to a bit of students who are involved in research at PhD and all that, it would be interesting for me to mention some of the solutions or how AI, and to understand also how you are making use of AI in trying to improve the quality of work that you do. So remote education platforms, early warning systems for students, dropout, intelligent tutoring, and also adaptive learning. And we'll concretely try to go to some of the solutions that will understand that students or such are using. Now, there is a climate action and zero hunger, which is also some of the areas alongside monitoring it and energy grids, pollution control. I'll talk about twin models that we are building to try and reflect the physical world in our virtual world and see what this can help us understand the modeling of some of these things. Data analysis to enhance food distribution and resource allocation, improve crop yields and mitigate risk, and also efficiency in terms of optimizing supply chains. So this is the hub that I read. It's called J-Hub, This is the link to the website. And our theme or our objective is to empower innovators so that we create a platform where innovations or ideas can be able to flourish. And I'll talk about a few of the products that relates to what we are using in terms of AI to solve some of these problems. So the first one is data row protection. And this one uses large language models. So we are using the large language models to be able to advise people on the issue of data protection. As you all know, there is tension between use of data and personal privacy. And in Kenya, we do have what we call the Data Row Protection Act, which was enacted some years ago, sometimes back 2020, 2021, around there. And we also have seen that even in countries like Rwanda, Tanzania, where we are also working within that space. So what has happened is that there are some companies which have been charged a lot of good money by the regulator because of using personal data in a way that is against how personal data should be used. So for example, if you're in this forum, you take photos of the presenters, you take, maybe you take testimony from the students, this kind of thing. In terms of cost, if you go to this site, you will see some of the case studies that have been taken there. They have been charged over, for example, 4.5 million Kenya shillings. Maybe you would say is about 2 million rands or something like that. There's a lot of small businesses. And if you charge a small business or a startup that amount of money, you kill it. So this first product is meant to advise businesses on how they can be able to work with the data protection law in being able to agree to work with it. So what you do is we provide, for example, summarization of some of the chapters in the cross, question and answer. We provide those kind of solutions. So there's question and answer, there's summarization, this kind of thing. We use large language models to be able to achieve that. So this is more or less meant to advise businesses and such. Then this one is smart Nyuki. Nyuki means bee. And what we have is a smart solution for beekeepers. So we are designing a solution in which you can have sensors. And we have built a model within our university to try and advise farmers on, to try and monitor bees in various hives, apiaries that farmers have. So it uses IoT. We gather that data and then we do analytics. So one of the things that we are running through the process is that there's already literature that has been done on the issue of optimal condition in terms of weather, in terms of temperature, in terms of humidity for beekeeping. But of course, these conditions needs to be monitored real time. So we have sensors in the hives, and we have designed that solution for the purpose of being able to monitor that. So this uses data analytics, IoT, to be able to monitor that. As we gain more data, we will be able to now use AI to be able to do predictive analytics in terms of harvest and all that. Now, this one is for a guy called Snap. Is food. This one is where you take an image of your plate, and then you can be able to get analytics in terms of what type of food you are eating and all that. This project, we are working with supermarkets, and our idea is to gain data from supermarkets on what the people are buying, so that then we can assess whether what people are buying from supermarket is health and this kind of thing. Then there is the digital twins. To mention digital twins models, what you are is AI-powered digital twins. These create virtual replicas of physical buildings, allowing for simulation and analysis that can help inform design decision, optimization, and predict performance. And we have one of them, the specific model that we are building is based on an area called Narok. So we are gaining data from that region. As you know, Kenya experienced some floods a few months ago, and they were really devastating. So what we have done is that we have selected an area that is highly prone to these kind of floods. And we are acquiring data to build a digital twin models of that area called Narok. So the idea is to have a replica on it virtual so that we can play around with parameters and then be able to see what is happening in the ground and be able to visualize that. So what this project we are working with is some colleagues from a university in Slovenia. So we are building this as a digital twin model as the first one to try and reflect the water boundaries. So we started off by picking the areas of the various areas of the sites, the cells that we want, because of course, when you are building the digital twin model, you will need more to focus on the cells. And then if you look at the picture on the right, this one is Narok. This is how the floods were coming in. These are the channels before. This is the way it turns out to be. As you can see, the house that is here is already submerged in water. So we are trying to build now, going through various layers, like, for example, picking the NVDI to check the greenness, and then looking at how we can be able to see the roads, the various rivers, buildings, and then take that and reflect it in a digital models. So the example that you see on the left there is a mock-up of the digital twin model of the bridge and how it works now based on that. So if we have now that one, we can be able to monitor various parameters based on that and the area and time of interest. So we start by defining what we are interested in. For example, we are so much interested in, like, these guys, even when we visited. Reason being, they are already, as you can see, on the path where there is a lot of water. So there's a point where water gets and then it becomes critical for the businesses within there. So we can be able to provide, that becomes a point of interest, and we can be able to provide that area. So we are looking at that area that we select around the selected hotspot is what we call a watershed, so which is a designated or delineated frame that forms a rectangle map. And then the entire watershed must be a pair of the model to include in all, so that we can be able to call it a hotspot, depending on the way we have selected this region. So that is the idea. So as we are still in the process of verifying models, we focus first on historical data analysis. So we are using hydrological model that already exists first, before we now start getting our own data to be able to improve this and use sensors to improve the model that we build on that. So we have the Aqua Twin, and we are doing it now within the university to build this kind of a solution. So having a reliable map of building is important, and we are consuming some data from the satellite to be able to improve the representation of that. Now, so there are unique challenges that we have in the global south that we need to understand heavily and we need to work towards. There is an opportunity for us to be able to do more. First of all is data scarcity and biases. And just to jump closer here, this is an exercise that we are doing last week but one, where we were gathering data from experts on what we call biases that we hold. So you already know that you have biases about, we have our own biases, just like all over the world there are biases. So here we were trying to build data sets that can help us understand some of the biases that exist within our ecosystem, so that when we now use these tools, like, for example, what exists in natural language processing, we can be able to contribute to the data set. As we know, we have a problem in the sense that our continent, especially the global south, its contribution to the data is a small subset. So this is our effort in trying to do exactly that. We, of course, need more efforts in building data set. We already have a call from Racuna, which is out. I'm involved in that effort, trying to underact in trying to build data sets that we can be able to use. You look at things like, for example, local languages, the local languages that we have, the many that are available. Some of them are at a point when you will find that we need that. So data scarcity is there. We need to therefore look at data collection project, open data platforms, infrastructure and connectivity. This is where edge computing, we know that we need that, low-powered AI, and then human capacity and skills gap. we have that as a problem. And then ethical consideration and social impact. Fairness, transparency, and accountability is something that we need to look at. Now, so this is, of course, I have just mentioned a subset of the solutions that we are working with within the space of smart agriculture, digital twin models, digital transformation, and also those are the solutions that are mentioned. But also, I'm interested in looking at this area in terms of tools that exist for research for our PhD student. Of course, I know that in this forum, we have postgraduate students working in various resources. And maybe I wanted to just get on how are you using the AI tools that already exist within there. This is just a screenshot of a few of the tools that I know some of my students are using just in AI to try and improve their research. And this is an exercise that maybe I wanted us to engage in trying to get so that we make the interactions and such in what are some of the tools that you're using in your research and such to be able to, and how are you using it? Maybe that's the discussion that I wanted us to have in that case, so that we can then answer some of the questions, like, for example, how can we use AI to solve some of the local challenges? That is, we identify some SDGs related problem in the region, and then we see how can we offer solutions in that space. What are some of the solutions do we have in that space? Also explore how AI can offer solutions in that case. And then which are some of the partners that exist within the government and industry? Can we come in so that we can be able to see how we can push for that? And then build inclusive and equitable AI. How do we, for example, consider social culture impact in the research that we build? So I'm interested in, first of all, dealing with this kind of first problem here, in understanding some of the solutions that you guys are using in AI to support your work, considering that they exist. Are you using them? Maybe that is the first question I should start asking. I'm talking now to researchers, students, postgraduate students, and all that. Are you using them, and how are you using them? I just want to know. I know I can bring my own biases or my own argument about the way I expect students to use them, or my ideas, but I also want to hear how you are making use of them. Any argument on that? Yes, go ahead.
Yes, for me, I don't use them because currently there's still a lot of debates around AI and research. So at first, I used ChatGPT to try and identify the area of my study and get some literature around it. It was too good. So kind of made it very difficult for me now to be an independent thinker, kind of. But it does help to frame some of the ideas. So that's the only one that I've used when I first learned about it. Then from there, I stopped.
Okay. A very nice contribution there. The argument was that the answer you got was too good, that it felt like your supervisor will say, no, this is not my contribution. Is that correct? Okay, yes, go ahead. Anybody else with that experience? We want to hear those experience of use of the tools. It's an interactive engagement, PhD students trying to see what you're using. That's a good feedback. Anybody else? Yes.
Morning, everybody. I think I share the same sentiments as him. There's a lot of fear around AI and being able to be an independent thinker as well. So I think for me, I've been very sketchy around the use of AI and how then do you incorporate it into your own research, that in a way that you still are an independent thinker, but also use it in a way that enhances the work that you do. So it's been a bit of so I've been really staying away from it, if I can put it like that, because I don't know how to use it effectively. in my own work, and still maintain that integrity in the work that I do.
Okay, okay. Yes, we have a contributor there.
Good morning.
Morning.
Thank you. So I feel like I use these type of things, but for like minor things, such as copy editing and like checking the grammar and so forth. And being a very cautious person, I also, so for example, if you take something that you've written and you upload it onto ChatGPT and you say, please assist me with the grammar, it does assist you. However, when you load it onto, let's say, an AI detector, it does appear to be that you used ChatGPT. So it does raise concerns when you use such platforms, because you don't know how much you can get away with or if you'll get in trouble, because it detects the ChatGPT, even though you wrote that piece of information yourself originally. But for the fact that ChatGPT edited it for you and said, please add a comma here or a full stop here, or perhaps use this word instead of this word, it still detects. So how do we know where to stop, or is it allowed? Or, for example, if you're submitting a thesis to the university, will they be able to see that, no, she just used it for grammar rather than just saying, please write a whole paragraph for me? So it is a bit skeptical. We are still a bit skeptical. So we use these things for minor things, maybe preparing for presentations, things that are not going to be submitted and checked via AI detector and all of those things.
Okay, okay, nice, nice. There's an extra comment there, and then another, yes?
In terms of that, with AI and everything, in terms of now, how does they need also, because another concern that I've had with AI in terms of plagiarism, how does it all pan out into the work that we do if we're going to use AI to facilitate the work that we do? Where exactly what you were saying, how far is too far, and also in terms of ethics as well. If you can touch on that, thank you.
Yes, yes, thank you, thank you. Very nice contribution there. Yes, you can hear.
Thank you. So I've been playing around with a couple of topics, so I'm not yet a PhD candidate, but I feel I've been using Gamma, and it's been helping me to sort of figure out if this is something I'm interested in. So I basically type the topic, for example, I did governance models for sustainable smart cities in developing countries, and it sort of produces a summary presentation for you, and then first slide will be how it's linked to the SDGs. It's very a basic. So I feel it helps me to be able to follow the dots in terms of literature. It also produces, for example, the top smart cities in the world. So specific case studies and which city it's located at. So then I know I can go to Google Scholar and look up literature around these smart cities. And then, so it's sort of leading me to inquire a little bit more, and it's giving me a bit more direction in terms of where I can go. It also, I feel like it prompts my thinking in terms of the recommendations, for example, that it would produce. I would want to challenge that to see why would it recommend this? What is literature saying around this? So it's sort of it really does help me to sort of structure a proposal, for example, and also prompt me in towards how I can move around or navigate around literature, especially because I'm one person who feels very overwhelmed and I just get anxious and I never know where to start if I'm looking for literature or I want to do a proposal around this topic. I don't know where to go. So it sort of eases my anxiety around giving me structure and direction.
Okay, nice, nice. What is coming out from that discussion is that I can make two quick comments and from what is coming out from here. So number one is that this may be good news or bad news. The bad news is that maybe most of you are working or they will be working soon. You will join our workspace where ChatGPT and those tools will be part of what will be used every now and then. That's the future, is that we cannot avoid the fact that this tool will be used, even for writing memos, even for at workspace, so to speak, what you said, small jobs that needs to be done. That's the reality of our times. Number two, the answers that it gives will become better, will continue becoming better. This is because, of course, it is trained using more data and this kind of thing. And if you look at, for example, just to show you some of the tools, look at, for example, tools like Write for Me, which is a tool that is generated here. So also you have tools like Humanize AI. I don't know whether you can see my screen. Is it better? Yeah, so if you look at, apart from this is just trying to show the tools that exist first before we now start talking about what we need to think about. So look at, for example, a tool like Write for Me, which can help you. So say, for example, just to pick it, draft for me an introduction to Professor Sarah as a collaborative on a collaborative project, on maybe I can say on a collaborative project. Just and I wanted to write for me that. So ask me some questions like to tailor the introduction, the nature of the scope of the collaboration, project collaboration, field of industry. I know she's in climate and that kind of thing, so I can say climate change and financing. Any aspect of objective or goals you have in mind? Yes, working on some innovations or projects, target audience, external partners, academic community. Tone is formal and friendly. I don't know whether we can get that kind of thing, but it will figure out, certainly. Here is a draft. So here is the letter that it does for me. And I don't know whether, Prof, I can read it. You tell me what you rate it as. I'm writing to extend an invitation for a collaborative project that aligns with your esteemed work in the field of climate change and financing. Our team is embarking on an exciting journey to explore innovative solutions and develop impactful projects aimed at mitigating climate change through strategic financing mechanism. So given your extensive experience and groundbreaking research in this area, we believe that your participation would be invaluable to the success of our initiative. So our collaboration seeks to address critical challenges and uncover new opportunities for sustainable development, leveraging academic insight to drive practical implementation. We envision this project not only as a platform for advancing academic research, but also as a conduit for real-world application that can make a tangible difference. Your unique perspective and knowledge will be crucial in shaping our approach and achieving our objective. We are eager to discuss this opportunity with you in more detail and explore how we can work together to contribute to this vital cause. Please let us know your availability for the initial meeting at your earliest convenience. Thank you for considering this collaboration. We look forward to the possibility of working together and making an impact meaningful. What do you think? Yeah. So if you look at, and you know the issue is, what I'm trying to say is that the issue is that this email will be better as we continue collaborating, talking to you, because I'll be able to get, I can feed it and tell it now, this is the response that I got from you. Now, using that response, I want you to respond in a very friendly manner on this kind of thing so that then we can be able to know. So our interaction then will become, So our interaction then will become even better as we go interacting. So this is the first statement I'm making. AI is going to be there in your workplace. It's there already, and it is becoming better. So that's the first statement that I want everybody to realize. Even for image generation, if I look at a tool like, for example, if I look at a tool like the one that we have for image generation, this one here, because we have projects where we are building data set for Africa in realization that the data representation within such tool is not there. So maybe create a photo of the South African president addressing university lecturers or something like that. Or, I want, then it gives me two options, which one I like. And I'll see how it generates that. So it thinks that your president is still Nelson Mandela, so that's the first one. So it picks this as the way it has done, and this is the sum of the images. So, well, the fact that it picked Nelson Mandela means that I can continue improving it by giving it a better, the current president, and updating it and this kind of stuff. Now, let me just go back to the tools that I was exploring. But you can see let me just go to the tools that we have. So this is for resume, and I'm just exploring that option. You want a job or an opportunity somewhere. Why would you write to me as a resume that is very poor, considering that there already exists a tool that can help you do a better job? Considering that there are tools. And now I'm talking like a user of some of these tools. Of course, we can go to the algorithms and those things that work, but that is not what I want us to focus on. I want us to first of all focus on their utility and how they help you. So number one, I'm saying, if, for example, you use this tool, the kind of resume that you will get cannot be compared. As he rightly said, that it is able to generate for you a very good resume that yourself you may not believe it. So is it good to go with the very best, or you want to go with your average? Yes. Yeah, you want to say something, which is very nice. Yeah.
No, Doc. I do acknowledge the innovation with AI, but I think for me, joining the academia was for my own intellectual stimulation and growth. So I get a little bit worried with this level of creativity that I 100% know I'm not the producer of it. If I were to be asked to reproduce it in the absence of technology, I would not even be able to write 2 sentences. My worry is losing myself in the process, losing my own creativity in the process, and not being able to grow intellectually. So those are, my concerns. But I do acknowledge the amazing work that it does. But I feel like, to a certain extent, I might get lost along the way. I might think, people that I'm sending these nice emails to and all of that. Socially now, when we interact, they realize there's no human being here. There's nothing here, because I need AI to talk to you.
So the question would be, can we use this tool positively to help us become better on the higher level that we need? Or are you saying that the higher level that is up there is so high that as human beings we may not get there? Because this is the top question that I have to my students. I asked, is it possible for us to use these tools for self-running? Because now they know where your weakness is. Such a message, it is possible that when you look at it, you realize that for you, maybe the grammar, the tone of the talk is what has been your weakness. I talked to some journalists in a room, and one of the journalists said, actually, initially he was very skeptic, said she was very skeptic about the use of this tool. But one of the things that she has learned is that over time, it has even helped her improve her writing. So in the process, you become better because you are being taught by the very best, who understands where your weaknesses are. That's the thing. So this is my own one submission, that there will be tools that will become better. We can use them to improve ourselves. So self-running, that's what has happened. If you look at, for example, the solving of some of the mathematical equations, and I use it. For me, I use it even for teaching. For example, I was teaching the theory of the game theory, and then I built a song that that teaches the students how to solve the problem of game theory. I liked it because the students found it fun. They interacted with. I hosted it somewhere. They interacted with it, and at the end, I was able to teach the ideas around game theory. So this is what I'm trying to say, is that there are tools that we can use to improve how we are able to deliver, of course, as lecturers, but also how we are able to run as well as ourselves. So that's the idea, number 2. And that game theory, it's somebody who suggested it through a talk, and I said, why don't I prepare something using that to just teach my students on how the idea of the game theory works and such. The other thing that maybe I also want to mention is this. Our universities, and this answers the question on the balance, is that universities, especially in the global south, are left behind in terms of coming up with policies. We are behind because most of them do not provide the guidance. As somebody is suggesting that where does it stop? Where does it stop to show this kind of work is from a ChatGPT? I know some universities elsewhere, they have come up with some guidelines. And I think this is a conversation that we need not to shy away from. Especially, I come from the computing field, and therefore, these are tools that we are using, and we have that. But I know there are people who are still giving assignments that ask questions that are at the level of knowledge level where a student can just go ahead and copy the content and write it there. So we need to raise that gap, have some guidelines. I don't know whether here it's there, but I know the Global South University, we need to have some guidelines as well so that we guide our students on how to make use of some of these tools and why and where the gap is. Ethical use is something that we need, because if we don't provide for that, we leave our student confused. Do I give them the best or what happens? But these tools, yes, Pro.
You know, the fear of getting lost in AI. I have that too, a lot, because I'm quite old too. So, you know, some of this is technologically challenging. I know that's not age specific, but, you know, I find some of this very difficult. But I think, if you think about it philosophically, there's 3 different things. There's being educated, and then there's being wise, and then there's being clever. And they're actually all completely different. So if you go to the rural areas and you meet Gogo, she may not have ever had much formal education. She might have left school at 12, but she might be completely wise, you know, clever in a different sort of a way. And then intelligence, I'm not even a believer in that. You know, the IQ tests and people that say they're cleverer than someone else. Because I think all our brains are different, and we're all like just different humans. So we'll scrap that one. And then there's education. And the problem for African universities, I think, is that you're forced to do this in a language which was imposed, and sometimes with less money. You know, so if you go to Europe and you go to Oxford or Cambridge or my university, there's a lot of privilege. And so people can get very, very highly educated, like their English grammar is perfect. You know, they can do the writing, they know to put the verb and the subject and the object in the right order in a sentence. And that gives them an advantage in life. But it doesn't make them wise, and it doesn't make them clever. It just makes them more highly educated. So with tools like this, you're not losing yourself. It's like you're democratizing education. Because, you know, if your English grammar isn't the best, why not use this? Why not, like, you know, start the race where other people have been starting because of privilege? That's what I think is the potential of this. And you might still have the bright ideas. So if you're starting the race at the same place using AI, then you might win it because you're the one that actually has the great idea. Because that's not related to race or place or privilege or money. That's related to you being in connection with your environment and having a good idea. Maybe in the bath. My professor that taught me said you should spend a lot of time in the bath because that's where ideas come. You know, not with AI. That's a joke, don't worry. So I think this is a great democratizing thing, and you won't lose yourself. You might just give yourself a bit more of an advantage.
Nice. And you know, just one comment as we go through that. And you know, you've said it very well because I figure out like you're applying for a grant somewhere. And the grant is being evaluated in English. And yours has problems with commas, full stop. It's top-notch. But you have the idea of what you want to do. But the car you use to communicate is already not your car. It's not like you're being asked to write in Zulu, where you are already prolific. You're being told to write in English, where is the second language or the third language, or to some of us even the fourth language. And there is expectation that you should be able to draft and compete with a person who comes from the privileged language of communication around the world. If you write a paper today and you submit it, and this is also something else for graduate school as a requirement, you write it, it has problems with your grammar, but you have used, and it's rejected. But the idea you are communicating is a good idea. You are communicating really ideas. But the tool that is used there, I feel like this is what I would say, that the tools are coming, and they are used. Prof has used a very good word, democratization of those tools to help us be able to access the vast resources. So I think that's a very good comment. Thank you. Yes.
Thank you, Doc. I'm just going to read a comment that is on the chat. I think it also links with Samgezi's comment. It's by Jeremiah. And he says, I think we can use AI to get to the higher level that we need. I believe it doesn't take away my creativity. It saves me time by bringing directly to me those things I would ordinarily spend time to surf on the internet. In any case, I also query some of the outputs it gives me, as they can be generic sometimes, which is a consequence of the interactions I have had with it. Yeah.
Nice comment. It goes ahead to emphasize why I think that we should be open to make use of these tools in what that comment gives around the question of the use of these tools, and use them ethically. So if there are citations that we need to cite for where we have used it, maybe that needs to be considered. But, for example, look at this tool that you use for the purpose of summarizing, this tool here that you use for summarizing if you have a lot of papers that you need to summarize, research and analysis. And there is Scholar AI, this one here, that you have, usually when you're doing research, to identify which paper is best for you to read in depth, you will need to load a paper here. This is enhance your scholarly work. You wrote the paper, and then it gives you the summary. So instead of spending the whole day reading even some things that are obvious, this one presents to you a summary. I use it too myself. I use it to summarize some work that I'm looking at. So what I would say is really, as we look at that, so there's Scholar AI, which does also a very good, for example, you all know the issue of analysis of data, the initial analysis. Of course, when I go deeper now to, if you look at the models, like for example, what I presented on the twin model, going deeper, I'll need to myself put the deep mind on what I need it to give me. But when I get some data set, on the face of value of it, some of the analysis and insight it can give me in which direction to point. There exist tools that can help me be able to do that. If it's an Excel, we have Excel, ChatGPT, right? These are all tools that I can be able to use, tutor me. Even generating diagrams that can help me initially start engaging individuals. So it's it's the first statement I would say is that I think there is embracing that comes for us to accept that these are tools that we can use to help ourselves. And number two is that as universities, I think there is that opportunity for us to raise up and provide some guidelines so that we know how to guide everybody in terms of even the way we assess. Assessing students on the Bloom's taxonomy rule level examination also, maybe we are giving them a bad check because they'll just go there and ask questions. There is, I would say that just ask it and get the answers. Now, so thank you so much for that kind of feedback. To conclude, I have said that, so this is the site. We ourselves in this project, we are working on some of the solutions like I pointed out. This is digital data row protection, where you can visit the site here, trying to get some question and answer. We are using AI. We are, in fact, my argument is that Africa, we should think as innovators, we should think about creating companies that are AI fast. AI fast because of the fact that there's an opportunity for us to use this technology to even improve our processes. Think about government, for example, even land registry. Is there any country in Africa which has a land registry that is well configured that you can tell whose land this belongs to and this kind of thing? In Kenya, we are struggling on those kind of things. So I believe that given that kind amount of data, we can be able to do more in terms of even providing services to our citizens using AI. So that is some of the tools, some of the project. I've also maybe talk about climate smart agriculture solutions. You have things like Echo. This is a project that relates on smart mushrooms. And what we are doing is helping farmers we harvest data. So initially, this is a story of a farmer who uses water. After a period, goes to build a small house where he has mushrooms planted in that mud house. And the way he controls temperature is by pouring water. So what we are trying to do is automate that so that it is a smart mushroom farm where we can be able to monitor those parameters, the temperature and all that, and regulate them without wasting all this amount of water and time that he does. So this is a project that is related to this kind of solution. We are using, the whole project is based at Jomo Kenyatta University, and you can see those kind of solutions there, and that's the team membership. Another project that is, maybe I would want to mention, is on the digital twin model, as I have said. This is the Aqua Twin that I've just shown on trying to manage the issue of cross-boundary river basic management. You know, people are fighting over these resources and how downstream people use them, monitoring, how eventually the floods become a problem and this kind of thing. So application of new technology in transboundary river management, real-time monitoring, analysis, and such. So this is also another project that is based in our JHub project. So we have a number of ideas, and as I've said, we are AI friendly ourselves. We are, of course, developing a guidance to guide the use of it in examination. But in terms of self-improvement, I would say we use it to try and improve ourselves and improve the people that we are working with. So just to conclude my presentation, is that my view is that AI has immense potential for us to achieving SDGs and using it, especially for us in the global south. We should not be able, the word has been used as to democratize, which I agree with. Challenges exist in its use, but opportunities are a lot. Opportunities are a lot, like, for example, how long does it take for a university to respond to your inquiry over something? So if we could be able to have a conversational chatbot that can help, having been trained using past data set on what students are asking, postgraduate students are asking and all that, it can help a lot in improving the interaction and then improving you to be able to graduate on time. Your research can make a real difference in that. Let's build a better future together with AI. That's my argument. Thanks for listening, and thanks for the opportunity. I'm open to questions, and thank you for the questions that will come.
Oh,
Comments. Yes.
I thought, Prof, Doc, you were running away. You were going to say we should post our questions on the AI tool. But thank you so much, Prof. I think you presented a very nice presentation. I really appreciate it. My interest is on, in terms of, in your presentation, you mentioned on the quality of education and the early detection for dropouts. And I was interested in hearing maybe how does that platform, or is there any platform that you know of that is being used in higher education for early detection of dropouts? Especially in our context, you'd have about 50 to 60% of dropouts are first-year students, according to research, year in and year out, and we haven't been able to successfully address that. And when a student drops out, that particular student leaves the family worse off than when he or she went to university because of the incurred, for instance, costs, can be loan, etc. So it really does have significant impact, not just on the student, but the families as well. So I just want to check if you know any tool that is used for early detection of dropouts in universities. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. I think, first of all, to answer that question is this. That concept, we call it Chang detection, Chang. Ideas that you have even in a telephone. The problem was very interesting initially when we were looking at even telephone companies or cellular companies looking at how possible that their customer will leave their services. So it's a problem that we usually call Chang in computing field. Chang analysis is a very interesting problem. Now, initially, in a traditional sense, the way we used to solve it is that we used to get parameters. So I have seen systems being built, and I was part of a team that was working on a solution in that, where we were looking at, for example, the grades. You have talked about a student coming into a university. We are looking at their grades on entry, and then we were looking at their attendance to classes, those kind of details, and then we were also looking at parameters like fees, payment, these kind of things. There were a number of parameters. But as you can see, this is data that you depend on an entity to give you. It's data that you depend on an entity to give you. So the system that you are talking about is a system that can only be applied specific entities on a certain institution. Now, I would imagine that we have commercial, but what I really wanted to say is that I believe now with the natural language processing improvement, there is even a better way of managing that, rather than depending on people to enter data. Rather than depending on people to just enter data, you have, for example, a way in which you can have a model like what type of questions or what type of interaction, social media data, being able to harvest it and compare what does this student, is it the course that has turned out what they didn't want? So you can improve it by using what has now recent development in the issue of conversational AI tools that now already exist, that you can be able to get a lot of more data that automatically can give you a better feed than just depending on what the university in terms of the data that they only have. But I'm not saying that we cannot use data sets that exist within a university, like performance, this kind of thing, the past records, all that. They have been used. And the system I'm talking about, it's actually well documented in one of the papers on the Chang analysis on use of that system. That's what when we were modeling or creating our solution, we already knew that this is something that already exists in some setup, but we realized that the data we had to use was data that was coming specific from a certain entity, university. So we created it using that as an example to try. But I am saying that really it is something that we can be able now to do because we can improve even by getting how the users are behaving on social media and what they have talked to us about. Then we can be able to improve. Thank you.
Can I go first? Okay, thank you very much, Doc, for your presentation. So, as you made the outlook of your presentation, So you mentioned a project that talk about sustainable development goal 4, which is quality education plus the integration of AI. So now I'm not really sure if I missed that presentation because obviously I did go out for about 5 minutes. So I did not hear you talking about that project. So maybe if you could please give an outlook of that project you were talking about. And then again, as you give an outlook of the project. So I'm also interested in knowing where did you do that project in terms of the context. Is it urban, rural, or rural, and so on? Then again, if it was done from a particular context, is it possible to move that project into other contexts? So I just want to get an outlook of that. Thank you.
Thank you. I want to understand the project you're talking about. This one on remote education platforms?
Yes.
For understanding, now, so the way I started by saying some of the potential areas, and then I went to specific areas that our team is working on. So I said that it can help you improve quality education by providing remote education to platforms for undeserved areas, which is a realistically possible thing because there are companies that I know of that are working on solutions for providing education. Maybe even instead of using a mobile app, you have that is a code that you can send asking a question and then it gives you content you can learn through your mobile phone. Those solutions exist in reality, but our team is not building anything on that space yet. But I started by pointing out areas that AI will have a lot of potential. In fact, for me, this area of education, personalized learning, is going to be an area that is going to be really affected because it really asks the question, what is learning? This is a question, what is learning? Must the lecturer be there for you to, is there a limit to what you can do in terms of your capability? Is there, this for learning, that one I think is going to be big. And in my presentation, I say these are potential areas of application. I've seen people working on this space, but for our team, we are not yet working on any of that solution. But watch this space. Yeah. And other people, of course, we are encouraging other people to think about. Thank you.
It's more of a comment on the good health and well-being. Being in the disease diagnostics, it can be a bit tricky with AI because I think on LinkedIn, a neurologist posted, it was an X-ray of a salmon the fish. And so he posted it on AI. It diagnosed the fish, number one, it identified it as human, a human X-ray, diagnosed it with cancer, and it came with a beautiful treatment plan, but then the neurologist was just making an example of how dangerous it can be. Because already we have an issue in health, we have an issue of over-diagnosing patients, especially medical doctors. And because, patients before they go see a doctor, we start on Google. You list all your symptoms, and Google will tell you have cancer and you're gonna die in 3 days. So with AI, it is a bit tricky because sometimes, especially in health, we still do need someone who will be behind that, who will confirm. Because I remember we had a case where, I used to work in dentistry, so we had a case where a child was brought in because her jaw would lock. Her jaw was locked. And so she was referred to ENT, she was referred to the MaxFac, maxillofacial surgeon. And then one of the doctors there just showed the child a packet of chips, and then the jaw unlocked. And so they discovered that it was actually a psychological problem. So it's just a comment that with AI in health, we still do need people. And as much as there are developments, but there's still a bit of more work there. And it's a bit concerning because some medical professionals will consult with AI or will consult Google, but it's still a very, very major area. It is interesting to see that there are developments being done there. But it was just like a comment and just to share.
Thank you so much. And your comment is very much welcome. Just to add on to what you have said, as we use these systems, of course, we need to put into perspective that really personalized information. And when I said that we were looking at, in this project here, this project that we are doing here on data annotation, one of the things we were trying to say is to see the kind of questions that people ask. A question like, for example, I have this kind of a stomach, I have this kind of thing, I'm feeling like this, can you give me diagnosis, then it should not be able, we have not gotten to that point in terms of getting, but let me just add a caveat. My prediction, I know nobody predicts the future, but my prediction is this, that if you think about the kind of misdiagnosis that happen, even with real doctors, leave alone now with the AI system, even with real doctors, I think you'll agree with me, because of the nature of the way the medical world is, there are so many aspects in terms of diagnosis and all that, and people do die, and you have heard about that. I think most of the time in especially Global South, we can point out, each person can point out a case of where a person was misdiagnosed and then they died, or something happened to them in that case. So it means that there are gaps even for the normal use of doctors. There are problems within that space, and this is common within there. So AI can come in and be an enabler, but we need, of course, to have it grow organically, improve as it becomes. The issue is that once it improves and gets to a certain threshold, and it will get there. It will get, for example, cancer detection of scans, the scans. It's doing better than human beings. In some of the cases, scans of they're trying to identify cancer cells in terms of scans that it sent. You've given a case of where it was given the wrong kind of image, and then it goes ahead to give. That is not abnormal, because it can give wrong arguments, and it's possible that in some instances we are not gotten to a point where you can rely on it. But what I'm saying is that if you look at given images on scans, in terms of accuracy, it does even better in some instances than even a doctor, than even doctors given. Now consider a case where you have one doctor serving, or a specialist serving a whole community. Which one is better, to have nothing, or to provide a way in which they can be able to upload their images and get them scanned? That is a better. So there are opportunities for it, even as we are careful to use it. But I agree with its use being careful. Yes, Prof.
Thank you so much for such an insightful presentation. I just want to check something here. I know that in the world, currently, you are faced with either you call it climate change, or we are faced with some natural disasters and so forth then. And I know that maybe more previously, when you look at climate change, it's either you talk about floods or you talk about droughts. But currently, I think the problem that we are facing is that of floods. So I just need to check whether are there some solutions that can be able to predict or to give us an early dictation in terms of those natural disasters that we are facing. That is one. Two, you were also looking at SDGs, and we often hear about how these SDGs can be localized in one way or the other, maybe trying to identify different types of projects that are more localizing those SDGs then. What could be your input or your experience in terms of whether do we really have those kind of projects? Now, I know that you are coming from computing. Through your field, is it possible then to dictate a number of projects that we may have in the Global South that are more of localizing the SDGs?
Okay, nice. I will start with the last one, because the last one is touches on something that is very dear to me, in the sense that, not that the first one is not dear, but it touches on how do we, for example, own the SDGs. Own them in the sense that even their measurement, that they have been achieved, that people can celebrate in ivory towers, that we have achieved this. What about the local community, right? How do they feel about that? So what I would say is this. And I'm actually going to use one of the projects that really emanates from that kind of discussion that, Prof, you have raised. This is the project on some supporting some Maasai's community in terms of this is let me just pick it up. I want to use it as an example for what sorry, it's under, this is a project on digital, not Food Hub. Food Hub is an interesting one to talk about, but the one, Food Hub, especially because we are trying to address the issues of the food that we eat, that would be an interesting one. But the one I'm looking forward to is, can I remember the name properly? Not Aqua Twin, it's supposed to be under Climate Smart Solutions. Maybe it's not well hosted or something. Yeah. So this is the project GeoPost Pasta. This is the one that I'm talking about. And if you look at the reality, these are the Maasai communities. And we went there looking at the way they predict where they will take their cows. With the changes that are occurring now around the world, or even in Kenya in some areas, you find that land is being used for, there is a lot of conflict between these people and the farmers. Farmers are trying to fence their areas, and then these Maasais have to go looking for places to graze the animals. And the problem is that sometimes they die, a lot of them die, when, for example, you don't have a lot of rain, they die on those journeys. And then farmers feel like they have to put them in those. So to put it into context now, this project, why I'm saying this project is an interesting one for me, is look at it from the angle of how the SDGs can be met within the context of these guys that are really experiencing this kind of thing. So do we need an effort as African University to try and point out to which of the projects that are key that we need so that they can be able to address, so that we can be able to address these problems? And then how do we measure the outcomes that we get from this so that we can say that things like food, things like, for example, security, those kind of solutions that we are able to address them, food insecurity, those kind of things that we are able to address them, and we can present the measurements for that. So this is an example of coming from the computing, and computing is an enabler. That's the way I see it. It's an enabler for most of these solutions, so that we no longer need to live in the silos around the question of that I'm a specialist in this. We are looking at how can we bring the expert, so that, like this project, we are working with guys from agriculture, guys from other areas in trying to bring in the field, their knowledge in how we can manage this. So just specifically to answer is that we need efforts, and sometimes even collaboration, a lot of it, from for us to be able to deliver this kind of solutions that have real impact in our local context, in our local community, without necessarily having to look at anything else. This is very important for me in terms of the solution. So here, we are building a mobile solution that can help them be able to predict the next place to go and graze. So we are using Google API to be able to help them be able to measure. And then for the farmer who has the farm, what we have done is provide them with some geofencing capability, so that if you have a land, you can be able to mark where it is, and then you have sensors. So when a cow or when those they detect, then you can be able to be alerted that there is an animal that has really entered your farm, and that helps the farmer, both of them. So the one who is looking after the animal is aware that this place does not have a place to go and look after the cows, so there is no need to go there. But also the one who has the farm is able to be guided that this area is my area, and I've marked it. So those are a real solution out there. Now, the other question, Prof, that you asked is the issue of, I think the question on, it was on, I think I became so passionate on this that I lost the first question was on, Prof, sorry.
The first question was around natural disasters or climate change, but more to do with floods and droughts. So I was asking in terms of whether are there solutions that can predict or that can provide us with some earlier detections when it comes to that.
Yes, so thank you. So, and thank you for adding that introduction. Now, first of all, if you look at this digital twin model project, our idea is there are already models that are used. Hydrological models have been used to predict floods and all that. So what are we bringing on board? in this project. What we are bringing on board is the fact that eventually we'll be able to build a solution that can provide for predictive and prescriptive solution in terms of how we expect these floods to go. So it specifically, we are focusing on an area, that is Narok area, like I showed. But you realize that because we have data about the inlets on that area, we have data on the amount of inlets that we have, the floods that are coming, and this kind of thing. But we see ourselves now, the model that we'll build from here, we can be able to replicate elsewhere. What we want to do here is, first of all, get what are those inputs that really will affect our twin model in our design. We have done a bit of work in even setting up some areas that we have identified where we'll put the satellite to be able to get image data, and that our colleagues from Slovenia will be able to provide some capability for satellite data, and therefore we'll be able to improve the quality of the model we'll get, because currently what we are depending on is rainfall input, and also we are depending on the amount of Nini that is coming from there. So that should be something that we will take on note in terms of the input, so that we can build our model and improve it. So yes, we anticipate at the end, Prof, we should be able to provide better tools that will be able to predict floods. And this would be, for me, a good idea that you can even have it access on a web or even on a mobile phone, and you can be able to control parameters to be able to monitor what is happening. And then you can take that replica of what we'll have designed to be used in several other areas, rather than just a model that sits on a book somewhere. Thank you. Yes, we can take, I think we are almost nearing a tea break at 11:30, so I can just take 2 more questions. Yes?
What I've realized about AI is that it requires a lot of data from humans. So to what extent can I as a human decide that I want my data back, and then I get it back and you cannot use it anymore? Or once I give it to you, does it become the AI's?
Okay. So this is ownership of data, which is something that you already know that even companies like Google have a policy where you have a right to be forgotten, right? But also there is a saying on the other end that says internet never forgets, because the problem is that once you release something, not only Google may delete it from ability to search for it, but somebody else may have saved it somewhere else. So unless you go to all of them telling them that I don't want my data to be available here or something like that, and that may take your energy a lot. You can ask politicians about that, because I know there are politicians who have written saying, we want my data to be forgotten. They write that to Google. Google does that. But you still find a repo somewhere, a repository somewhere that contains your data. So AI depends on data. That's no doubt. And that's one of the disadvantages that we have as Global South, is that we are not contributing enough data for us to build the AI models. So personal data issue, ethics around that. Countries do have rules that govern ownership of data, personal data, and your data used in a model to build and all that. So how much can you tell Google to forget that they used your model to build the data? I think at this point, what I would say is that, except that clause which says you can ask them to be forgotten, especially in European Union, I think they do it very faster than they would do it here. But because of the GDPR, they are able to implement that. There has been a lot of, they are penalized heavily in those countries. In our countries, I've never had a country in Africa where a lot of this has happened. In terms of breaches do happen every time, but I've not had a government that is asking for compensation a lot because of this kind of breaches. So I think maybe that's a conversation that I would want to gain from experts on what they have found in terms of data governance, and what they think about data governance in terms of ownership for the Global South, because there is an area to be exploited, yes. Yes, we can get the last comment there.
Thank you, Doc. You mentioned the issue on data analysis, and you gave an example where you produced in related to Prof. My question is, after having your results, data analysis results, do we have an AI tool that can interpret results?
So you're talking about results for which data?
For statistical data. After producing statistical results,
Yeah.
maybe you've run on your tool. Do we have an AI tool that can interpret results?
Yes. In terms of tools for AI, we have. I hope you are talking about this part of. I hope you are talking about these tools that exist here, right? Sorry, you are talking about this. If I get it right, I am assuming that you are talking about these tools that are here. I hope you can see my screen. Yeah, these tools that are there. We have tools for even data analysis. I can show you one. I believe there should be, and I have used it in some instances just to get the first insight. I can just go to analysis, see more. Data analysis and report, this one. And this one does even for text data. So you just fit it, the data. That's why I was saying, when a student, say in humanities, for example, the way sometimes I had seen some people, you have some questionnaire, you go out there, you ask people questions, you get the questionnaires, and then you come, you present graphs and all that. This one can do a better job than just the regular thing of graphs and such, because I will feed it, and it can give me even deeper insights than what. That's why I'm saying now, you as a human being, you have to raise past the regular. You have to raise past the regular what? The regular things of just drawing graphs and showing that this is the mean and all that. You will need to do more than what, because this tool can do that for you. Yeah. So human beings, I hope I've answered your question, that this tool exists, data analysis and report AI. It's a tool that you can use. Also, in fact, even on Jamin 2, you can just feed in whatever data you have and it gives you reports on that case. So I'm therefore saying that it's possible for you to get a better report than just the regular graphs. So I think I want to thank you, each and every one of you, for listening to this presentation. Thank you for that. And I hope that we'll be able to continue engaging. Yes? Yeah, we're still meeting after tea. Okay. Nice. So I think you will. We can continue engaging in this discussion on how you are using the tools and such. And perhaps even more interesting is to be able to have those questions that we can set up and answer. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm sure that maybe some of the questions may come after break. Yeah, so let's have our tea break and come back. Yeah, I think we do have we know our schedule, how it looks like. So let's come back then and have, maybe if there are some questions we'll have, but also talk is with us the whole day anyway. Yeah.
thank you, thank you. So I want us to do an activity. So the way we are seated, and I'm proposing that we are seated as maybe PhD students, this kind of thing, or masters and such? PhD students only. Okay, so this is very important because the way I want us to do it is I want us to look at one area. We can identify which area is of interest to the table that we are working on. Then, once we identify the table, I want us to use AI ruthlessly in one area. Use AI, whichever tool you have. I want you to identify which tool you have used, and then you point it out in doing that work. And then you have the second part. You use whatever tool without AI, whichever tool you yourself you are capable of. I mean, your own knowledge. And we see, we then now have one person presenting your experiences from your group. Are we together? So you identify which topic. Say, for example, I am doing research in humanities, an area like, say, how do you solve, let us say, some areas in health, how do you, maybe a problem in communities, in humanities. Then you have identified that as a topic that you have. And you all agree as a team that this is of interest to the whole team in this table. Then you sit down and say, you identify which tools in AI can we use. And in the first option, I'm telling you to break all the rules. Use whichever tool in AI exists and this kind of thing. Maybe you should start the other way. Use your own knowledge in writing it, just your knowledge. And then in the second part, use the AI tools any AI tool that exists within your space. And then just a whole, like say, if it's a paragraph or that, give us an output of whatever will be possible using it. And then give us a presentation from one of your team in terms of what you have. Is that clear? Is that clear? So let us see. We can have tables. This can be the first table, group 1. And members of this group are mostly in which area? Health. Nice, nice, nice. So you select a topic, maybe a topic that you can all have an interest in or something in healthcare. And then you start thinking, what would we use if we didn't have the tools in AI? Then what tools in AI can we use in part B of the question, right? So an area, then A and B parts. A, we are not using AI. What are some of the things can we do in that? B, we are using AI tools. So which AI tools can we use and how can we do it? Then the same case applies to, this is our second table. So you are in which area? Humanities, nice. You pick a topic, and then you also do the same. You do the same. Aha, the table C. Yes? The staff, nice, nice. That's okay, that's noted. Yes, the table here is also staff? Yes, yes, the in which area? Multidisciplinary. So you can pick something of interest that all of you, I think I want to also hear that discussion, what you agreed on that would be of interest within the SDG would be interesting to see. And then you identify the topic, then you make an A, what would you do without, you just solve it without using AI. Then the second part, I want you to present the top notch of what AI has told you in B. Are we together? Yes. The team on this table, so we have A, B, C. This is D, table D. Yes. Your areas of interest? Okay, okay. But you can agree on something interesting within the areas of that. So I also want you to do that kind of thing. And then we'll be able to have each team get a person who will be able to take notes, and that person will also be able to present here on what you have found. And we can do that within 40 minutes, so 2020. 40 minutes? 20 minutes for, 20 minutes, yeah. Nice. Can do that. was, so the group online, I believe that we can have a meeting also on the group online as a group online as well. And sorry for forgetting that. Thank you, Prof, for reminding me. So I think I would also want to assume that this is a multidisciplinary group. Yeah, so what I want you to do is identify a topic, and once you identify a topic, note the topic itself. I want you to just use the no AI tools in writing like a 2-page document that has, like a 2-page document without AI tools. Yeah, with no AI tools. And then the second part, use as much AI tools as you can to just generate the same 2-page document. And then let us have some report of your own experiences. 20 minutes. Yeah. And then we will have one person from each group making a presentation of their experiences and what you have used.
Yes.
So, I think now we can be able to have the presentations. I would request that each of the team, as we have agreed, you have one of the members come here and make a presentation of what you have found. And then the team members, in case there's something that the person who presents has forgotten, you can easily as well enrich the discussion. So if you can be able to, if in your discussion, you can be able to have some pointers to things like, for example, the primary advantages you found from there, the drawbacks or limitation on relying on those tools. And there's a discussion I've added there, how do traditional research methods without AI tools foster innovation and critical thinking? And then also, can AI tools and traditional methods be effectively combined in research? And in that area that you have written or something, it would be so good to hear. So and I think we can start with team A. So we have A, followed by B, followed by C, and then team D, and then the online team. Is that okay? So about, you can take 5 minutes? Yeah. So I think we can start with the team members from Group A. Welcome, guys.
We just wrote down. Okay, so for the first part, so we were looking at health related. So we looked at Chisto. I'm sure you guys are tired of schistosomiasis by now. But anyways, the first, we were using sources without using AI. So basically, World Health Organization is our best friend in health, so we went to World Health Organization. So we looked at schistosomiasis, we looked at the World Health Organization fact sheets. So it covered the key facts, it covered the prevalence of schisto, it covered the overview, the infection and transmission, epidemiology, the different types of species that cause it, and it also gave us a problem statement, the symptoms, the diagnosis, the prevention and control, the treatment, and what has the World Health Organization done, and it also provided references for the work that has been done. Other things that we were looking at were your different search engines like your EBSCOhost, your PubMed, your Google Scholar, where you go in and then you find the different articles on whatever it is that you're looking at. And then we went on to look at AI. We just typed in, we used ChatGPT, Gemini, and we also looked at Perplexity. So with ChatGPT and Gemini, we found that it was very vague. The information that we got was very vague, and we noticed that there were really no references. It was just everything was there, but there were no references. We found that we needed to prompt it more if you wanted more information, and we felt like it lacked context. There was no context, especially if you're looking at maybe, for example, the African context. If you wanted something more on what is happening in Africa, you had to type out schistosomiasis Africa. So there was really no, it wasn't contextual, and we also felt like, with it being vague, you still have to go back to Google Scholar to just confirm if it's true. You had to go back and to your PubMed to actually, double check the information because no references were provided. And then we found one thing about scientists, we like numbers. Scientists like numbers, and ChatGPT and AI didn't really have numbers, so we couldn't really be able to tell how big the problem is and how many people are affected. And as much as it did mention it, it was very, like I said before, very vague. And also, we know, in South Africa, we have an issue with praziquantel, which is the treatment for schistosomiasis, and ChatGPT didn't mention that. The only AI tool that did mention that was Perplexity, but even in Perplexity, there were references provided of which you had to click and go back and read. So my thing for me was, in as much as, yes, AI is very helpful, but I felt like it's the same thing because you're going to go and have to confirm if it's really true. You're going to go to your Google Scholar and check. If you want numbers, you're going to go and have to look for those numbers. So, and yeah, another thing is that we all know that gray literature is also important. And so AI doesn't cover gray literature. If you're looking for gray literature, you have to go again and look for it. What I can say, or what our group can say, is that yes, AI is helpful, but we felt that just sticking to Google Scholar and your other PubMeds, your Scopus is also very, very, very important, because if you're presenting to an audience that is like who've done a lot of research in that area, they are going to be asking you questions, and AI won't really like provide answers that are very much focused into that area. I don't know if I'm making sense, but sure. Yeah. Do you guys want to add? Do you guys want to add anything, my group members? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation. I think maybe a question I would want to ask you is, because I think what is coming out from you is that the way you found it is that in your interaction, the tools like Google Scholar, the tools that already provide repository for research data and all that, they are more important than just the use of ChatGPT. Is that correct? Okay. So, but I wanted to ask a question on that, and I want you to explore that question now. Have you tried to use the professor prompt? Because I feel like there's an area called prompt engineering. Prompt engineering. Uh-huh. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to try. I feel like, yeah, what I'm trying to say is that I feel like, just 1 minute, and then because I want you to think about it. You see, when you are writing your prompt, the prompt that you ask for ChatGPT, there is a technique that you need to use. You don't just like that. There is a technique, and there is a tool called, you see that? Prompt Professor. So that when you are writing your prompt, you write them in a way that when you ask it, it gives you answers on what is. There is actually a course that we are now teaching called prompt engineering to our university students on how to write prompts, because if you write garbage in, garbage out philosophy still stands. So if you're going to write a prompt that is not well informative, you'll also get something, because that's what I'm getting from that kind of input. So I want you to just try it, and then maybe you can make a comment once the other groups are done. Yeah, okay, thank you. So thank you so much for the presentation. Group B.
So I wanted to ask a question based on the previous speaker. The question that I want to ask, we often find ourselves in a situation where we have saturated literature because of our limitations in terms of language, so we cannot explore other papers that are written in other foreign languages, such as Mandarin, maybe Russian. So in schistosomiasis, is it possible to use AI to access those papers and then translate them back into English, particularly those that maybe are not available on Google Scholar?
I would actually not feel like that is a difficult thing to do for sure, because we have Scholar AI, and in Scholar AI, I can be able to upload a paper. I have actually used it a lot in that case. So I can be able to go ahead and upload a paper, even if it's written in the languages, and then ask it to give me summaries in English. Because Google language transition now is no longer, for some languages, especially Chinese, English, French, Spanish, those languages are no longer a problem in converting now. We have an accuracy that goes above 90-something, 99% around there in terms of the transition that comes. Context has really improved, and you know that from the ideas of what transformers did. So yes, I think it should be possible. And maybe a comment I wanted to make also on the team here. The fact that you wrote your paper, I expected you to project something, of course, but the fact that you did it on a paper also, to me, shows me that you're also working on a challenging environment. Yeah, because of the fact that when you do it on a paper, in itself, what you are just trying to tell us is what I can retain. This is what I can be able to retain. But the world requires you to retain more and do better than just what you can retain. If I was to depend on what my brain can retain today, my mobile phone would not be necessary. Because it shows numbers of so many. How many numbers do I remember offhand? Or do we remember offhand? Maybe at a maximum, how many? How many, Prof, do you remember? How many numbers do you know offhand? Numbers, yeah, mobile numbers in your cell phone. Like how many? Like you get, like I can only remember maybe 4 or 5. Those are the numbers I keep in mind. So it's the same thing you have done. What you have written on the paper is what you can be able to hold. But the truth is that there's so much. So the fact that you presented on a paper told me really we need to move. Yeah. Let us hear the team B. Team B, yeah. And if you have something to project, you can still come and project it here. If nothing, it's okay.
No, we don't have anything to project. Thank you. I was bullied into presenting, but, I'll let that slide. Okay, so we picked the topic of voter turnout. So we wanted to actually do a young analysis on the voter turnout among young people in South Africa from 2014 to 2024. So when we tried to do it the non-AI way, we looked at the IEC and started to play with their numbers on the dashboard there. And then we saw that this is going to take us very, very long because you'd need to find the data and you'd have to use cross-tabulation and all of that. So we outsourced to ChatGPT. Actually, we tried Julius, what is it called? Julius AI first. And then we found there you actually need to have the data so that you can upload it and then it can analyze for you. And then we tried ChatGPT and we inputted the prompt saying, analyze the South African national elections voter turnout between 2014 and 2024. And then we said, show me the trends and patterns among the youth voters between ages 18 to 35. And then ChatGPT literally provided us with a good overview of the voter turnout broken down from 2014 and 2019, looking at overall voter turnout in terms of percentage, and then also just doing a young analysis on the youth voter turnout. And then it also presented the trends and patterns among the youth from declining turnout, disillusionment with politics, registration rates, influence of social movements, impacts of digital campaigning, and it also looked at the challenges and opportunities around that. And yeah, so it pulled up all of that information within a few seconds and saved us a lot of time.
Okay, so very nice feedback on that. So the question I wanted now to hear from this group is this. Now that ChatGPT seems to have done the work that we used to do as humans, what is left for you? Did you ask that question? What is left for you now? Because it has done a bit of what you say was able to identify some data sets, right? Yeah. It was able to look at that data set and provide you some patterns on how voters voted. So what is left for you? What is left in that case?
Okay, so how I'd answer, well, it left out the one data set, which is for 2024. It didn't have that data. So it just says data to be filled post-election. So what's left for us is to go back to IEC, and what's available post the 2024 elections, we'd have to do that manually at this stage. And then it also leaves for us to sort of go back and review what it's produced for us in terms of verification. And also, I think doing our own parts of analysis, besides the conclusion that it's also drawn to, we need to critically, I think, go deeper into analyzing that data and doing more conclusions. I'll leave my team to also answer. You have to do something.
So I think that's a very good feedback on that. That as you have said, that there are the gaps we need to think further than just the regular things now, and even look at if I was supervising a student who is solving such a problem, I would be interested in them looking at models to try and the models that can be used to encourage maybe voter turnout, depending on what I'm solving, issues of communication, models on that. So doing more that would help me now do predictive, prescriptive kind of thing, rather than just the regular task that the ChatGPT can do. And I think that's a good feedback. Nice, Team B also, for that work. Thank you. Yes, Team C.
Doc, I'm a little bit worried that maybe by the time you leave here, I would be the biggest advocate for AI, and I would be going around convincing people to use AI to enhance their writing. So from our group, because we come from different fields, we then identified the different SDGs that we associate with. One being SDGs 1 and 2, which is no hunger and zero hunger and no poverty. And then SDG 3, good health and well-being. SDG 4, quality education. And SDG 11, sustainable cities and communities. Then we sat down, this is prior AI. We sat down and we tried to check the link between these SDGs to say what impact would quality education and sustainable, or what impact would quality education, good health, and no poverty have on sustainable communities or creating sustainable communities. So then, because we are coming from agriculture, social sciences, and education, we then said, we drafted a topic as the social impact of housing on a selected community of farmers. Then we took that to this guy called Professor ChatGPT. So ChatGPT says, the social impact of housing on a community of farmers can be profound and multifaceted, influencing various aspects of their lives and livelihoods. Here are some of the key points to consider. So the key points were the improved living conditions. The second one was on community cohesion, in terms of how housing fosters a sense of belonging, etc. And then it also looked at education and development, where it looked at accessible housing can lead to improved educational opportunities on the farmers or farmers' children. And then the economic stability, and then it also touched base on health and well-being, looking at how housing affects physical and mental health outcomes. And then it looked at cultural preservation, housing projects that respect and integrate local cultural practices and traditions can help to preserve the cultural identity of the community of farmers. And then it looked at the environmental impacts as well, and also the government and policy impact. So as a group now, me being now the advocate now of AI, we were having the conversation about the other aspects that we didn't think of, because our focus was a bit more limited. We looked at the SDGs. We didn't think about, cultural preservation. We didn't think about environmental impacts, etc. And all of those things are interlinked. So while our focus would still be to look at these SDGs, but we would have a broader perspective of what is happening and other key components that we would have focused on, and some of them we might actually end up including them in our study because they also have a contribution to the SDGs, because it doesn't help to have a house or a shelter and not have a sense of belonging. So it filtered that in, and we thought that was very important. So to a certain extent then, our understanding of the theme we were looking into was kind of enhanced in a way, and we were all blown away. Then we ended up checking many things on ChatGPT and using some other web-based AI tools. And Doc here was surprised. I was helping him. I started a company for him, a water purification company. So I was designing a logo for him using AI, and it took a second for him to get a logo that he would prefer for his company, and he was blown away. So yes, so that's how our experience on the AI space regarding our topic, Doc. Thanks.
Yeah, so I think you bring in important points that I think maybe I would be very happy to hear that you are now embracing it. This is good for me because that's what I came here for. I want us to admit that the AI impact is real. And like, for example, you have started a company now. Logo was created for you. If you want a website, AI can still do it for you very fast. You just give it the details, you have a website, and you're good to go. You don't have to rely on a developer who is not available. You can start from, like, for example, you start a company, you have they will ask you, what is the logo? The logo that you generated, you give it there. What is the theme of your product? You give it there, then you have a full website. It also provides where to host it. It provides the URL for you to host it, and then you can be able to put it there, and you're good to go with your business. It also can give you ideas on how to register companies now physically within the South African, and how to do the registration of it. What do you need in that? So what I'm trying to say is that I feel like AI has made us now start thinking of the work that human beings need to do is where we need to focus on, rather than the regular mundane jobs that we need to do. And you guys in that topic, I think that explores what I'm trying to communicate, that we need to move to problem solving. You have mentioned about education. And for me, that is going to be also another area that, I mentioned that is going to be highly affected. Because initially, if you think about without the traditional way of running is to, professor comes. I remember there was a story being told of a certain professor who was a professor of this health that relates to rectum and such. He was a specialist in that area, rectum and those kind of problems. He was the only one in a university. So I remember he used to say that when he's talking to the student, he will tell them, you know, I'm the only one, so you cannot go nowhere. You can go nowhere. Today, if you look at somebody trying to run that, you have a lot of, even when he goes to class, you have a lot of tools that you can use to search for info. Of course, that info is improving. I'm saying sometimes you get info that is garbage, and I agree, but you need to, it's improving, and we are the people to improve it. So positively, we continue improving it. It should be able to support a lot of self-driven running, even for us. So eventually, as you use it, you become better, even as the way you guys have said, trying to broaden the problem that you are solving. Because it gives you the best of what, depending on the prompt engineering that you have done. And I would encourage us also to do courses that are available for prompt engineering, because it will improve our capability to ask questions. Thank you so much for that presentation. That's a good one. Yes, so we can have the other team members. Go ahead.
Hi.
Nice one. As you're speaking, I think I'm still a bit scared of it. I think for me, I think now I understand my issue. It feels like control is being taken away from me when it comes to work. That's how I feel. It's that sense of control and driving where you want to go, but at the same time, it's actually you are the driver in terms of how you want it all structured. For us in our group, we did, one of the work that we've done. We were looking at informally working women, looking at policies and around childcare and breastfeeding within the workplace. And then I know from because it's work that I've done before, it took us, I think, over a year to write the proposal, to have it written. And when I was reading it, it's some of the things that we covered in our writing process. It also had included policies in terms of work, history around informal work in South Africa, because we really narrowed it down to South African context.
To my system. So
And then,
very frustrating.
okay. And then also, what other things to focus on when it comes to different policies when it comes to informally working women, and also policies around breastfeeding within the workplace, and focusing also on informal work. So it did actually open, it included a lot of information that would take us quite some time to look into when it comes to your normal search engines, and also policies around the labor departments and the World Health Organization. So it's information that will take you weeks at most to put together. It did put it together in a space of 10 minutes. Less than that, actually. I think as I'm getting used to it, and as I've been speaking to my colleague here, she was saying that it's a muscle that you need to exercise in terms of how to structure everything, to prompt it to give you the information that you need. It's learning how to make it work for you, basically. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you for that. I think that is a very good comment around how you get your brain widened by the fact that this is like working with another colleague who has a lot of database to retrieve information from, and therefore using it in a positive way can really enhance, even if it's a proposal you're writing. You can imagine you were saying writing that proposal took you a year. A year. And the speed at which the world is moving. You can see that a year for a proposal is a century now. Is a century, the speed at which things are moving. So I think thank you so much for that presentation. A lot to gain from that experience. Thank you for that. Thank you, guys. So I want to invite the online community for their also presentation. Would be happy to get the person who takes charge for the online community.
Good day, colleagues.
Yes, good day.
I'm speaking here perhaps to rescue the online cohort. However, we had such a minimal discussion. Not many of us contributed, but we do value, the contribution that were made by our colleagues here online. We are part of the conversations right there, as much as we might be silent. I think this is also an indication to support the AI generation by way of conversing to each other in the conference. We do embrace it, Doc. I speak as an emergent researcher in my field. The topic that we contributed in this session here was exploring the role of AI in enhancing the public participation in policy making. We're looking at the opportunities and challenges. I will just show my face a bit so that you can attach the voice to the body. Just briefly. Thereafter, I will continue with the presentation. Excuse the pun with my shyness. Okay, let me allow it. Okay, I'm sure you can be able to.
Yeah, and it can stay like that.
All right, thank you so much. All right, thank you, colleagues. Thank you. Yes, and moving forward. Yeah, of course, we have identified a number of tools, or rather we have seen that there are a number of tools that the AI generation are available out there. So to start with, we have had that confusion to say which one do we have to go with, seeing that there are a number of AI tools that are now introduced in our midst. And we looked at issues of, rather, the issue that was more entertaining in this area is how we have structured the question. And also we have generated the subheadings whereby we had the introduction, the statement of the problem, the objectives, the methodology, the findings, as well as the recommendations. So, of course, we use that prompt. But now, we knew that if we start with the AI to generate the prompt, we'll overcome, our thinking ability when we have to write ours. And thereafter, if we opted for a route to go without the AI, we should be still writing our 200 words as of now. So indeed, when you look at the pros and cons of AI, we find that there is efficiency in the usage of AI, meaning that the tools generate the data quickly, and it does save time in the research to focus, especially on the higher level tasks. And the consistency thereof throughout the style of writing, the tone, as well as the text. We marry that with our introduction and the statement of the problem using the ChatGTP. And you can see that the tone and the style throughout is consistent. When you're looking at the introduction, it will tell you that the AI has got the potential to look at the revolutions in the public participation as well as policy making, and also we know that if we were writing not using AI, the problem will be subjected or conform to maybe disadvantaged of the historical background, or in the rural areas whereby people are struggling to have education in the usage of AI. So we embedded all of those subheadings to our topic, and it did such a good work. Unfortunately, we could not reference ChatGTP here, but we would like to categorically, agree that the text that was generated here is from ChatGTP. So thereafter, we went on. We look at the Meta AI to ascertain the usage of AI whether it can be, confusing or undeciding. It depends on the researcher, on the validity of what the researcher is looking at. Because if you are going to use a number of AI data generation, the other data will tell you a different story and the other one. So it really, really depends on the logic that it presents. Because some of the, AI generation tool, excuse my language, can perhaps generate nonsense kind of data, something that cannot be used or supported in as we go. So it looks at on the fronts as well. The data, was scalable. We're looking at the scalability of the data, on the text, on the multiple language as well as the accessibility that can make academic content more accessible to a wider audience. So those are the pros. But however, in terms of the cons, we found that the AI may struggle to capture the nuance and the complexity of the academic writing. It may as well be, it may perpetuate biases and inaccuracy in presenting the data in the training. So, as well as other issues concerning the ethical concerns, whether the writing tools will raise these ethical concerns around the authorship and accountability. So I think for online, in the team, I haven't disappointed. This is where we'll end now. Thank you for the opportunity, team, and great work indeed. I thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much, and thank you for putting your face, because now we know that we have real people, not AI on the online world. So that's a good one. Any other addition from the team online? We can allow one more contribution before we make comment on what Nturi has added. So I see that Judith is saying, well done. That's okay. So what I can say is that from the conversations that you have raised, I don't want to add anything else, because I feel like you have captured the acceptance that AI as a tool can support, can improve your capability to be more productive, but also you have highlighted the fact that sometimes this garbage comes out. It's our work to put context to the work that we get. So those are things that you mentioned, and I totally agree with them. I mentioned them at the beginning, and I said there are things that even that content that is generated, we need to look at it. But it gives you a lot of head start, far away from anywhere else. It's just like a person who writes his article using a pen, another person who is typing it. Now, 1 million accelerated. So it's a lot of support. The other thing that I picked from you, and I think now I'm concluding, I want to conclude by pointing out two important things, and I will pick from what Nturi you have said, is AI allows for us, when we are solving our problems, like even problem statement, to think in a more multidisciplinary way. That's something that I think we need to agree, because we tend to stick to our silos, but when you use these tools, it makes you think, what are other questions that I need to answer in other sectors? And that's something that allows us to widen our scope and come out of our cocoons, or where we live comfortably. So that I think is a good thing. The other thing that maybe so there's somebody who has commented there and said, yes, for instance, we spend a lot of minutes coming up with a topic because, maybe I can go that, because we all spend time thinking, and like AI, well, just throw in the idea and you get some pointers to what you need to do. So multidisciplinary aspect is something that AI is promising. The last comment that I want to make is this. Today, we are in 2024. ChatGPT is not more than 2 years old now, right? It's not more than 2 years old. in the next few years, this is technology that will become better because that's the nature of AI. It becomes better. More innovations, more ideas are going to come in. So the challenge now is on us as researchers and as people involved in various areas, domains, that we need to adopt it ethically. That's what I would say. The days of saying that AI is an enemy to your ability to think should be gone. It's a friend that you can use to be able to try and pose your problem. In a typical case, for example, I was teaching agent-based modeling. And I looked at, initially, I used to teach, it's under a computer science course. So I teach agent-based modeling on how you can be able to do some diseases and such. We brought in diseases recently. Initially, we used to talk about agent modeling for transport for these kind of problems. Then, ChatGPT gave us an opportunity to build a tool that gamifies the running of agent-based modeling. And I can tell you what, now my students are doing more in that area than any other group I ever held because they are finding it fun. Like say they can create a tool to be able to play around with the agent-based modeling. They are telling me things, or the tools that they are building is even more than, it's like we are, the way I would say, the class has shifted. I'm no longer the one who went there and told them this is the topic. They come and tell me ideas on what needs to be done. And this is flipping the class, which has really helped me a lot. So guys, I think my message is we adopt it positively. We cannot start talking about not adopting these technologies, but we adopt it ethically and try to continue building on the tools that we will have. Also, importantly, let us also be builders of tools. I've shown you case studies here where we have built tools ourselves. I also want everybody to be engaged in creating tools to support the whole process. AI is not for tech guys. Even in your area, you can be able to add knowledge to it to improve what it does and become an advocate in that sense. And that's the best thing that you will continue working on. Thank you so much for the opportunity. Thank you for participating in the event. I really enjoyed it, and I think we can carry forward the discussions and see what is possible. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Doc. I think you have graced us with your, with whatever ideas and also even your presence to be with us here. Thank you so much with that. So as I've already said to other colleagues, that your presence here means there is no way in which you can run away from us. So as you have already given us a task that we need to develop some of the tools, that means to say you'll be a leader in helping us to develop those tools then. So I'm sure that my colleagues here, they have found everything very insightful, but also they also became excited about everything that happened. Let's now go for lunch, more particularly us who are here physically, but they can also take a comfort break, those who are online. We'll be coming back in the next 30 minutes then. And then after, when we come back then, we'll have Professor Breaking taking us through grant funding. I think there's a session on grant funding that she will take us through to it. And thereafter, maybe it will depend on time, but we may also have some few candidate presentations. Thank you.
Oliver was trying to get me to run away to him and Shona in the lunch hour. But
You're supposed to go too?
yeah, but I didn't go because they put me, yeah. So I thought, my first loyalty is to sit in peace.
Ah, there we go.
There doesn't seem to be many people here.
I think they're still coming in.
Yeah, they're still coming in. Prof.
Okay, let me get this organised. Do you have a cursor? Where is the cursor gone?
There it is. Where is it? Let me rather fetch the mouse. It might help us.
Then it comes back here.
There's no cursor either.
There you go. There's a mouse there.
Oh. Right, we're nearly there now. Hopefully. No, that's... So this should be up there.
Not displaying.
Where's that man gone?
Oh, there we have it.
Oh. Oh, it's a good start. Sorry. Hello. Hi. Okay. So I once walked on a stage, fell over a wire, and brought down the whole thing. That was so, okay, I'll try not to wreck your technology. Hello, my name's Sarah Bracking. I'm a professor at King's College in London, where I work on climate finance and development finance. And I used to work here, for those of you that remember me, like Sia, as a professor in poverty reduction. So today I've been charged with talking to you about grant funding and business plan writing. I should say from the off that I'm not going to do the bit about business plan writing at all, so we can scratch that. Mostly because I think it's not something academics are intrinsically good at, and you should have a good research support team to help. Grant funding. I'm also not going to tell you who to go to get money, because that is like a shifting landscape, you know. So I'm not going to say, oh, here's the European Union and here's a call and you should go there now or whatever. If you have a good idea, then go out and find someone who's prepared to fund it. I will, though, on email, answer questions if you say, I've got something ready to go, where should I send it? I can maybe advise with that. The funding landscape's changing all the time as well. I'm just about to put in a grant to the Horizon 2020 in Europe. I've just put one into the UK ESRC. I sometimes review for the NRF. I've also worked for the Swedish Research Council. So I've done a lot of reviewing for people who then decide who to give money to. So any questions you have about that, I could even answer them on Friday, actually. I'll leave a folder for anonymous questions, so you won't have to be embarrassed. Like, you can ask me anything, how to get a scholarship, how to get a grant, and I'll see if I can answer those questions. But what I'm going to try and do today is just focus on the academic side of writing a grant proposal and how to write a good grant proposal. So this cartoon is about getting a good idea in your sleep. Has anyone ever done that? You dream a really good idea and you persuade yourself you'll remember it in the morning, and then you wake up and it's gone. Yeah, keep a notepad by the bed. It's, for your good ideas. Always have a notepad. So, do you know this children's book, anyone? We're going on a bear hunt. Comes with a song as well. That might be just a European thing. But in this children's book, you take your children and you're going to go and catch a bear, and you have to go through a wood, and then you have to go through a river, and then you go through a dark, scary bog. And, it's all about taking children through nature and making them less scared. When you're doing a research proposal, it's a very similar journey, because where you just have your blank sheets of paper, but now you're going to use AI, obviously, it looks like a really long journey to having that idea and then doing all the paperwork, because no one likes paperwork. Is there anyone in the room that enjoys bureaucracy? Because I may not be related to you. I'm just, no. So, there's lots of paperwork to do. And it looks like a very long journey. So let's have a look at what we do. I'm going to talk about these things in turn. Having a good idea. Now this is actually the first moment. If you don't know what you want to do, and you don't know what you want to research, take a break, have a holiday, go to church, go to the shops, do something, because this is your life, and life is actually quite short. So if you're going to do research, make sure it's something you're really interested in and really motivated by. Otherwise, it probably won't come off, and you probably won't be very good at it. Because your line manager can tell you lots of times, I want you to write a grant proposal. Maybe it's in my performance development review every year, actually, as a professor at King's, like, have you written a grant proposal? And then there's a little box there. If you haven't got a good idea, there's no point. Try and put yourselves into situations where you might get a good idea. Think about your community and what they might need. Or if you see something on the television that's obviously a problem, think about, what could I do as an intellectual, as a researcher, to solve that problem? So be inspired and then be motivated, because it's going to take up your life for a while. So it has to be something you actually want to do. So we're going to talk then about the methodology and the other things that were on that slide. Building a team, the research design, and then how to take the time to write it. So having a good idea, most social science research or related disciplines is problem-based, which means that you have to see a problem or a challenge. What are you responding to in your environment that makes you want to do this research? What's your core research question? And then what are your sub-questions that help you answer the core question? Does your research arise from a gap in previous research? I mean, to arrive at the question, you really need to not be able to look it up on, AI. It has to be something that has not just been answered before. Or you might be responding to something new. So there was a whole spate of COVID-related research that went on because it was a brand new thing, and we didn't have a knowledge base on that. So what you do is you do a literature review, you do some scoping, you go to AI or even the library, if you're old school, and you find out what everybody else already knows about this thing or this challenge or this problem. And then you find a gap, or you find that they may not agree, or somewhere where you can sit, and that becomes your justification for wanting money from someone else to do something new. What's your novelty and originality? Most research, when it's graded by reviewers, there's a question that says, is this new? Is this original? Because people that spend money, governments, on research, they don't want to fund something that's already been done necessarily, because that would be a waste of taxpayers' money. You don't always have to be original in everything, so your methods might be the methods that best fit your research question. You don't have to have methodological innovation every time, but there should be some novelty in it somewhere to justify why you need some money. So does your work demonstrate the potential to advance current understanding, generate new knowledge, thinking, or discovery within or beyond the field or area? Is it timely? And does it have beneficiaries? If your research were to answer a question that didn't really benefit anybody, again, you'd struggle to get public money to make that into a grant. How do I rearrange my living room to maximize Zen, for example, wouldn't be the subject of a grant application because nobody else cares. It's just for you. So it has to be something that has those beneficiaries. So I'm going to give you some examples. This was a bid that got to the last round but then was unsuccessful, that CSMVISO was involved in, that we put in last year in the UK for a research centre. And we had one overarching research question, which was this one: how can we improve green finance to support just transitions? So that was the main overarching research question. As I said, I studied green finance these days. And then the justification in a paragraph, this sort of tagline, was this one: this is a key global challenge because a change in investor behaviour and in turn wider governmental and citizen behaviour is needed to enact an economic transition to better human environmental well-being while averting the connected risks of climate crisis and biodiversity loss. Probably not enough full stops in that, that's a very long sentence. But that's the initial justificatory paragraph. So we need to do this because there's the challenge of climate change, there's the challenge of biodiversity loss. The financial sector is a key player in where people invest and how they invest. If we can turn finance green, we can change the nature of the economy and we can avert climate change. That was what we were trying to do. So as an idea on a postcard, it sort of works. You know, you have to be able to put your idea very briefly and make that succinct. So this is a little heuristic thing that we do with our PhD students. When you design a project, you can use this sort of pyramid to narrow your subject. So if you're in, say, health economics, that would be the top one of the pyramid. And then the next one down would be, I don't know, allocation of painkillers. I'm no good at health economics, so I should scrap that example straight away. Here, you're an environmental scientist. You know, you're narrowing down to the effects of global warming. Then you're narrowing it down to the transport system to look at the effect of cars. So your research is going to be on hybrid cars. So you've created a sort of a way of creating a field for yourself by narrowing your topic. And then you generate possible research questions. So how does hybrid technology reduce fuel consumption? Does driving hybrid cars significantly reduce factors that lead to global warming? Things like this. So this pyramid can sometimes help if you know your field and you know your area, but you're trying to narrow it down to a very specific topic. So I'm going to stop talking for a minute while we do a little exercise. You're not really on tables, are you? You could be on 4 tables. I want you to design a project really quickly for a grant, okay? With 1 research question and then 3 sub-research questions. Good things always comes in 3s, except children, I think 2 is enough. But research question and then sub-research questions. And I want you to do it based on just these images. These are all of Khayelitsha, actually. And they're basically in the context of water, where it shouldn't be, climate change and flooding. This one's 2019, this one's 2020, and then this one was this week, I think. So if you had to talk to these people now, what could you do to help them? What is the problem that you see here? What is the challenge? And based on that, what is your research question going to be that you're going to go and ask for? Or let's make it worth it. Okay, 2 million rand. Is that a lot of money for a research project? No, not really. Okay, 5 million rand. More. So what do you see in those pictures? And as a researcher, what are you going to do to help? And you can have 10 to 15 minutes. Do it in groups if you can. Because if you come from different disciplines, see if you can combine your disciplines in your research question as well. Okay, so you've got another few minutes, but each table in the room and the people who are remote, can you find someone who's going to come up the front here and read out your question and your 3 sub-questions, maybe with a little justification for how you arrived there. Okay, so 4 more minutes. Okay, have you finalized your... Okay. So... Dr. Lawrence, do you want to go first? Okay, so let's start off. Our professorial colleague from Kenya is going to add his AI take on this problem to set us off.
So thank you so much, Prof, for the opportunity. I think the way I did it is I said, as an AI advocate, very nice question that we were given. So what I did is, first of all, I looked at, I'm trying to explain the process that I went through so that you can see how I came up with that. So I looked at this and I felt like I would be interested in alert systems to alert these people that there will be frauds and such. But just telling them that there will be frauds looks like it's not efficient after the discussion. And you need a way of maybe providing some information about where they can go and this kind of thing and how they can be able to safeguard that. So I started by thinking about mitigation. That is, after telling them that there will be frauds, what do they need to do? These people have been experiencing it over time. So I thought about alert and then also detection. Now I went to my friend ChatGPT and I told it, what I'm looking for is that I'm writing a proposal, and what I need is information about creating a solution on alert. And also, I also want an alert system that can be able to also provide ways in which communities can be engaged. So it gave me this title: Developing an Integrated Fraud Detection and Alert System, Leveraging IoT, Machine Learning, and Community-Based Approaches. So that is the title of my research question. When it comes to sub-research, I asked it, what are some of it? How can IoT sensors and devices be optimized to enhance real-time fraud detection and ensure higher data collection accuracy? Then which machine learning algorithm and models are most effective for predicting fraud events using real-time data from IoT devices? And the last one, in which ways can community-based approaches be incorporated into the fraud detection and alert systems to strengthen community response and resilience during fraud events? So when I got to those ones, I said, so I felt, to me, in my satisfaction, I felt satisfied at 60%. So I said, I need now to go and ask Jamin, criticize this research title and also criticize them, provide criticism of this research title and this sub-research title. So it told me, do this, add the area that you want to focus on. So it told me, like, for example, the first one, instead of just saying developing, so the title now changed to Developing a Scalable and Community Engaged Fraud Detection and Alert System. For the area now I selected is an area in Kenya. I just mentioned Kibera, leveraging IoT, machine learning, and participatory approaches. So I felt satisfied with that, and that's what I'm presenting. So that's
That's great. So there's a first innovation project, Sisambiso, for your centre. Yeah. So, ladies, I'm going to really be mean and put you on the spot here. Are you ready?
I don't think we can ever be ready. So our research question is, what are the key socioeconomic and environmental factors that shape residents' decision to continue living in informal settlements? And how do these factors vary across different informal settlements? So, and then our sub-research questions are, what are the contributing factors that influence their decision to move to these informal settlements? And what are the risk factors of residing in the informal settlement? And what services are in close proximity to the settlement? So,
yeah, That's really good. So you're sort of taking a bit more of a historic, like why are they there in the first place and why are they in such dire? Yeah. I wondered, I'll just... Okay, I'll just put that up. This is the actual classic disaster response model. So you've got a response sort of project there. Like, this happens, how are we going to help them immediately? But also you've got recovery, risk reduction, preparedness, just out of interest. So yours is more a time, like how would we reduce risk over time and make them more prepared? Maybe give them a house somewhere else. So, yeah.
Hi, everyone. We're Team Triple S. So we thought we'd take a more psychological approach, as we are from humanities after all. So the topic that we just put on the pyramid, since we take into account everything that was discussed today, we're dealing with the pyramid that Dr. Bracken indicated earlier. We made our own. So it is on researching resilience. So we asked, what are the most oft employed coping strategies of the residents of Khayelitsha, since we have to acknowledge as South Africans this is sadly a almost annual event, and not just the flooding but fires as well, crime, etc. So what are the coping strategies that are employed by the residents of Khayelitsha? And then we ask, why are these strategies necessary? And then what are the socio-historical factors that encourage residents to remain despite housing projects that were initiated by government in other spaces? And then lastly, how can residents of Khayelitsha work in collaboration with local government on strategies to lessen the impact of these, I would even say, unavoidable disasters?
Okay, thank you. Yes. So you're going to enhance their coping strategies and empower them to get more out of the municipality. That's good. Research in action. I saw your contribution there. But resilience is a good concept to hang it on, because that's got a whole etymology in social sciences now. So you've got your literature and now you can apply it. So let's see what you come up with.
Hi. We are team staff. And our research question for this, we would be looking at to what extent does inadequate physical infrastructure contribute to the impacts of floods in informal settlements. And our questions is, what are the impacts of floods in informal settlements? One, how can physical infrastructure minimize the impacts of floods in informal settlements? Two, and then the third one is, how does community involvement and participatory development influence the improvement of physical infrastructure in informal settlements to better withstand floods?
That's fantastic. So you can see how 3 images are producing different takes on the same thing. Physical infrastructure, especially in a school of built environment, is incredibly important here for the resilience question. But you've sort of focused more on the people and the history and the politics, sociology, political economy, and you've more built infrastructure. Because I look at that picture and see, say, a mixture of runoff, brown, foul waste. So you've got disease, you've got health impacts straight away. All this rubbish that wasn't collected before is now mixing up in there, causing more health issues. But those structures, obviously, if you had better houses made of bricks, you'd be better off, obviously. And of course, the electricity energy system in the background, that's really dangerous when there's water around. So there's lots you can do to the built infrastructure that you've picked up on. Drains, houses. Let's see what you've got then.
Good afternoon. So what we did as the team, we tried to use the triangle, the upside down triangle, and at the top we had urban planning. Following that was the question of informality, waste also. I think it was waste, and on informality, Aubrey, it was waste. And settlement, yes, houses. Then the another one was the issue of health hazards, was also part of the triangle. So our question was to look into what is the impact of poor waste and water management system on the health of the people in informal settlements. Then we broke it down to the following question. We wanted to look at women and children particularly. What are the immediate impacts on women and children in particularly? And then the other question was to look at the current responses that the community has in terms of climate, related issues, and to check whether those responses are effective, because that was going to then inform our last question or objective of this project, which is to enhance the existing responses in areas where they were successful, or introduce other responses, but taking the community, placing the citizens at the center of those responses. And this is why you should give us that 2 million, because it's not just going to be descriptive, but at the end, we are going to come up with something practical that the community can use to respond to such issues. So I do think that you don't have to go any further. You can just fund us for this project. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Yes. Right, we're going to call that table Shark Tank, or because that was a pitch, if I've seen one. The interesting thing here now is that you can see how different disciplinary takes are emerging. So, we had a definite health sort of veering set of questions on that one.
Good afternoon. We looked at the images that were provided on the projector, and we came up with the following research question. So how can integrated infrastructure improvements and community empowerment initiatives effectively address the challenges of poor waste management, inadequate sanitation, and flood vulnerability in informal settlements that are located on old railway tracks, and how we can use these programs to address issues about poor waste management, flood vulnerability, and poor sanitation. So for our sub-questions, for the waste management question is, how can sustainable water collection and recycling systems be effectively implemented in informal settlements, and what educational programs are most effective in promoting proper waste management practices among residents? For the second aspect, which was the poor sanitation, we said what types of sanitation facilities can be feasibly constructed and maintained in informal settlements to ensure hygienic living conditions. Then we said, how can access to clean water be reliably provided in these areas? For the flood vulnerability and resilience, we said what infrastructure improvements such as drainage systems or elevated housing are most effective in reducing flood risks in these informal settlements, and how can community-based disasters preparedness and response plans be developed and implemented to enhance resilience against flooding? Thanks.
That was fantastic. That's definitely 5 million there. That's separate work packages. So, yes. So more waste in that one as well, which was good. So you picked up on that part of the image. I don't know whether it's fair to ask people online to be a group, because I didn't put them in a room on their own. Mr. Ntuli, who was vocal early, seems to have gone as well. Does anyone online want to add something at this point? There you are.
I'm still here, Prof.
Oh, you are. I'm so sorry. Yeah.
No, not a problem. We'll give other colleagues a chance. Yes, indeed, it will sound unfair because we were not a group. Basically, we have gathered some thoughts and discussion individually. If you allow us to do so, that will be more than welcome. Thank you.
Yeah. So, do you want to talk or not?
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Can I go ahead?
Yes. Go.
Oh, okay. All right. So thank you. So like the other colleague said, looking at it individually. So I thought about rural areas in South Africa, increasingly facing environmental challenges, so particularly in the area of flooding, and this might pose significant risk to livelihoods and then as well as the well-being of the inhabitants. So we are thinking this, the call for addressing the flooding crisis in these rural regions requires a multidisciplinary approach, not just environmental sciences. And so as a political scientist, I'm coming from that bias that this research aims to investigate the intersectionality of environmental policies, community participation, and disaster management in mitigating the impact of flooding in rural South Africa communities. So the research questions, and the main one, first is what are the existing policies and governance structures in place to manage flooding crisis in rural South Africa? This is what we will actually look in my domain. So the sub-questions are what are the main components of national and local policies in addressing flood management in rural areas? How do these policies integrate with broader environmental and disaster management frameworks? Also, what are the strengths and weaknesses of the current governance structure in responding to flood crisis, as we see in the picture displayed? And then the second main question will be how do rural communities in South Africa perceive and participate in the development and then implementation of flood management strategies? So here we want to look at what the common perceptions of flooding and flooding risk and then the impact among rural community, among the members of the rural community, and also what the extent and rural communities involved in policy making processes for flood management. Also, we can see the barriers which the rural communities face in participating effectively in flooding management initiatives. And then finally, the third main question will be what socio-political factors are influencing the resilience and probably the adaptive capacity of rural communities in South Africa to flooding and then other environmental crises beyond what we are having presently. And so we want to see how do socioeconomic conditions affect their ability to cope with the recovery from flood. Also, what roles do local leadership, not just the main government and then governance, play in building community resilience to flood? And finally, how does this the access to resources and access to information influence the adaptive strategies of rural communities facing this environmental crisis? Yeah, thank you.
That's fantastic. So, are you a public policy student or politics student?
Look, politics student.
You see
science,
now.
Yes.
You can see again we've got another disciplinary take because those questions were about governance, public policy intervention. So that's fantastic. So if we wanted to do an even bigger project, and there was a grant call to improve the lives of people living in informal settlements. If it was in Europe, it would probably be called climate change adaptation. You can see how each table here could be a different work package based in a different discipline, all contributing to your overall grant proposal. Or they could be self-standing. So, I'll get rid of this one. Right, I'm going to talk a bit more, and then we'll go back to that question in a minute and see if we can improve. But that was very impressive. I mean, even in the room, we've got like new artificial intelligence, machine learning, risk reduction, resilience, adaptation, community-based responses, better governance, better health and sanitation, waste removal, built environment improvements. All of that, if it was done by somebody, could have stopped this, or can do in the future. This is what research at its best can do. It can respond to a challenge and improve people's lives, which is why I'm an academic anyway. So let's look at an example here, which is this centre bid that I've just done. The text that we got from the government for this grant was, we're looking for centres that deliver challenge-led research, bringing together the right people, disciplines, institutions, infrastructure to respond to a challenge within a 5-year time frame. So that was the terms of reference. I don't think that's bad for actually informing any bid. I think, that sort of is fairly generic. I like writing research that does this sort of thing. Maybe not in the 5 years, because that's actually quite short for the effect of research. So it's problem-based. And it requires an amalgam of disciplines. Have you seen the film Ocean's 10, 11, 12? And then there was one with all the women, which obviously was the best one. But you know how the dude in the film, when he wants to, or the women, want to rob somewhere, they go and find people all with different skills. So you've got your safe breaker and your driver and your this and the other. I think putting together a grant proposal can be seen metaphorically as very similar. Because different disciplines not only approach different challenges differently, but they have different skills as well. So if you wanted to do or design a community-based approach, you would go to people who specialise in community studies, sociology, anthropology, social anthropology, development studies. If you want to improve built infrastructure, you would go to the housing department or the architects or the engineers. And this is why we have different disciplines in universities, because different societal challenges demand different things. So you have to assemble your team when you're writing a grant. Unfortunately, you have to also work out who you can work with on a personal level. I'm just saying, let's put that as an aside, because you have to be able to get on for the time it takes to do the grant, but not too well. Do not go with your girlfriend at the time, and then if you have a big fallout 2 years into the project, you've got a problem. So, ideally, not someone that you're personally connected with, but choose people based on their disciplines that you can work with. So if we carry on with this example, so if you remember, we had the main research question, how can we improve green finance to support just transitions? So in order to put a design together here, we came up with sub-research questions. Oops, damn, sorry. And we organised these into RQIAs. This is just one way of doing it. These are research questions and impact areas. So if you think here, we've got, built environment, health, whatever. These would be their own separate work packages. And then the things in yellow are sort of your sub-questions that help you answer the big question. A lot of grants are organised in this way. So if you want to answer how do we improve green finance, the first sub-research question would be, what counts as green finance? How do we measure it? How do we know what it is? How do we define our subject that we want to improve? And then in this particular grant, I'm not going to go through it in detail, but because this is just an illustration, we then involved engineers to tell us what sort of financing mechanisms you would need for better infrastructure, better built environment that was climate resilient. What do you want to fund? And then we had a law package and a banking package. And the last one, which I think is interesting, was from anthropologists, which was like, what is this future we're even trying to get to? Have we done any visioning exercises with people? What does justice look like, in our new low carbon future? So we came up with 5 separate disciplines, work packages, all with sub-questions. And then this is just a diagram to represent that. So you have a multidisciplinary and interdisciplinary plan here. So social science, engineering, business banking, computer science, law are all working together because green finance requires inputs from all those different people. Okay, so when you do your grant proposal, and you're starting at your desk, maybe your boss has given you a little sabbatical to write a grant proposal. That's ideally what happens. For most of us, we're doing it like around the other things we have to do, which is unfortunate. But, you know, you've got your sheet of paper, you want to get some money, you want to go do something exciting, you're motivated by a social problem. The first thing you need to do is find out what everybody else has written on it, which can be quite tedious, let's face it, you know. You're never actually going to read every article on your thing, because there's not much new under the sun. Maybe use AI to write a summary of those things. But you need to put enough of a literature review in to justify why you want the money and why you want to do the research. That's called an intellectual justification. So it's like reporting on a conversation where you say, so-and-so said this, so-and-so said that. You know, this person came along and disagreed with them. This person came along and said, you can't prove your positions, you need to do this instead. There's 2 competing views of this. But you have to get to the point by summarizing what's happened before where you can justify new research. So this is a list of potential intellectual justifications that are used in grant proposals. The first one is the not been done before. Now, I would say that's pretty unlikely. Most things have been done before. When I review a grant proposal, and I see there's no articles on this ever, and I'm brilliant, and no one's ever done this before. In my brain, this little red flag crops up thinking, 1, you're very arrogant, and 2, it's probably not true. Like, as in, you've not been bothered to read what other people have said about this. So that sort of marks it down for me, because that is rarely true. The second justification is more likely, especially in things like health sciences, where you've got people that disagree. Maybe there's not been enough clinical trials, or they conflict with each other. So you want to run a test to see who's correct. That's a justification. There's the geographical movement one. So this theory was tried in Germany. I want to see if it travels well and whether it would apply here as well. There's the you've all got it wrong approach. So, the debate has happened, there's conflicting views on this, but we want to reframe the debate to get to a conclusion. This thing has just happened, so we need quick research, like the COVID thing. Or the last one, I found a real puzzle or a conundrum which defies prior knowledge, and I need to find out why. So in terms of our informal settlements, your intellectual justification could be, there's been loads of research done on this, but they're still there. No, but it doesn't seem to have had much of a material impact. What is failing these communities? That their resilience has not improved, that the disaster response is still poor. What is the critical missing jigsaw puzzle that we could provide that would dramatically improve resilience? That, for example, would be an intellectual justification. You could argue, if you wanted to write the governance proposal, that critical piece is governance, as in, we need a project of this type because we've tried everything else, and this governance social contract relationship is the thing that's not working. Or, if you're the built environment people over there, you could say, we've got disaster response systems, we've got alert systems, we've got aerial surveillance, we've got vulnerability maps. All of that information is not helping because the houses are still made of corrugated iron. So we just want to get in there, build proper houses. So you can see how you do your literature review, even on topics that are really well researched, and you have to arrive at a special reason why someone should fund you. And so this is where your research question comes in. So your grant proposal is a summary of the key nodes of the debate so far, arriving at your intellectual justification. So we need research because, so we've devised these research questions, which would be the ones that you've maybe just penned, remembering that research is an activity designed to find out something we don't already know. You know, this is why research is so exciting and why we write grants to get someone to pay for us to do it. You know, because at the end of the day, you want to be able to go to communities, interview people, survey people, do participant observation, create databases, help people. It's a whole social relationship between you as a researcher and your community. And that's what makes it such a magical profession. So you've got your vision, you've got your research questions, you're motivated, you're going to go and solve a social problem. The next thing you have to do is create your research design that solves the problem. When I say commensurate, I mean the approach you take must match the problem that you have. So if I was a plumber and I went into a house to, I don't know, mend the drains, it would be no good if I took the tools of a painter. You know, I would need a plumber's tools to do that. So whatever your problem is, your methodology must have the right tools in it to solve the problem. So a methodology is the way that you approach the problem, and the methods are like the tools in your toolbox, your screwdriver, your hammer, your whatever. Methods are only tools. Try and draw a table of how your research questions relate to your methods. So if you want to develop a new community-based tool for resilience, what methods would you use, for example? Anyone? Shall I answer? What would you do? What activities would you do in that case? So you're going to do increase resilience in this community. No, it's an easy question. I mean, maybe focus groups, interviews. Go interview the go-go's. Yeah. Surveys, talk to the community leaders. Interviews, surveys, I mean, qualitative research to do community resilience is basically got a toolbox of go and ask people. And then it gets a little bit more sophisticated in your surveys and interviews and focus groups. But a community-based approach must mean that your methods would involve involvement of the community. So this approach 5, this is taken directly from the British Research Council guidance on how to write an approach. So they say to write a good methodology section, you have to explain how you've designed your approach so that it is interdisciplinary, if you need it to be, bringing together the right disciplines, is effective, appropriate, feasible, has a clear and transparent methodology, makes use of existing data if you can, summarizes previous work, describes how you'll build upon it, maximize translation of outputs into outcomes and impacts. You know, you're going to solve a problem, you have to have that last bridge of how your research is going to feed back and maybe build these structures in the community. Ensure it impacts multisectoral evidence of user engagement from the start. Who are your community partners, for example, in your research design? And describe how you, or if applicable, your team's research environment will contribute. Why you, why UKZN, why your department, why your team. All of that goes into explaining why you want this grant. So we're now building our team, Ocean's 11 style. First thing a team needs is trust, a conceptual language, and respectful process of listening. This cartoon is not respectful. That's like a post-truth cartoon, Trumpian. So you're going to do research in this team of people that can work together. Now, in partnerships, you need communication, honesty, and integrity. Things to avoid. I've done 2 here because, as you might have told, I'm from Europe. The first one to avoid is the colonial Hoover method, which is where global North researchers come here and they hoover up all your best work and then they go home and publish it without you. Now, if someone approaches you for a research partnership or a project and they just want you to do the field work while they do the theory and the publishing, you should probably say no, because that's like a very post-colonial way of doing things. There's lots of people still do this, you know, this division of labour. So you don't want that type of unequal partnership. You want a partnership where everybody is equally enabled to do theory. It's not a superior thing, you know. And everyone does questionnaires and enumeration and fact empiricism as well. So here's a cartoon of the global North scientists en route to the global South for fieldwork. Because it's easy for them, you know, with more money, more resources, and also greater access to journals and scientific publications. And then the problem is this doesn't necessarily work the other way around. There's very few people come to the UK to research poverty in Essex or East London from other countries. It doesn't really happen. And the reason is because of this power inequality between the two. So when you do a partnership, you've got to make sure it's equal. From wherever you are in the world and whatever gender, race and universities, there's no excuse really. So here's another example of a research centre I used to run. When you're building this relationship, especially when it's interdisciplinary or multidisciplinary, you'll notice that disciplines use different languages, even when they're talking about the same thing. And sometimes you're just talking across each other. So when you build a project, you must meet together in brainstorming sessions to present your work to each other and work out what your shared conceptual language is going to be. So there are tensions in group working here. There's the I versus we tension, where people join projects because of their own careers and their own personal reasons, like they want a job or they want some money or they want promotion. And then the group also has expectations, like we want to write a book, we want to finish the project successfully. And over time, in a grant proposal, if you're successful, these things can cause trouble. So once someone's got their promotion or published their article, you might not see them again. So collective work at the end is always a challenge if there's a mismatch. So when you design your grant application, you have to make sure that everyone is on board with the group expectations and that you're meeting individual ones as well. And then there's a tension over outcomes, whether they're disciplinary or interdisciplinary. So when we did this research question, this centre, we actually did a conceptual map together before we did anything else. And there's a picture of the conceptual map for people that like network analysis. To highlight the spaces of language overlap, connection and cross-fertilization between concepts and disciplines for the case studies. So some people use climate change adaptation, other people use resilience, other people use disaster risk management. Some people see it as a natural disaster, some people see it as global warming. You have to get your conceptual language intact before you write your grant proposal. So there's an issue of intellectual coherence. How am I doing for time? Okay, yeah, no, I can do that. So the research design and team you choose have got to match the problem and puzzle you have and be capable of answering it. And then there's the big words. I'm presuming you haven't, this isn't the first time. Your ontology, your epistemology, your methodology, and your methods have all got to match, like a staircase. So, you know, you pick your methods, your tools, so they match your approach. If you're a plumber, you choose a wrench. If you're a builder, you choose I don't know what the builders use, hammers and stuff. I wouldn't be very good at building a house, I promise you. And then your epistemology is the way that you see the world and how you understand the world. And ontology is a very deep philosophical thing that I'll briefly touch on in a minute. So methods, surveys, observation, interviews. If you're a quants person, it would be microeconomics, correlation analysis, statistical inference, big data. There's new methods from machine learning, like big data trawling over the internet and things. I'm not very good at that. Your methodology is how you're going to combine these methods together to solve your problem. And then epistemology is how you design that. So I'm assuming that most of us in the room are social scientists or related disciplines. Our epistemology is interpretivism. Positivism is for real scientists, no, I'm joking, is for physicists and chemists and maths people, where there is only one answer. You know, if you put two chemicals in a jar, they'll always do the same thing. 2 + 2 will always equal 4. For us, we get the best match to reality, and then we interpret it. So we're interpretivists. Now, if you're doing an applied piece of social science, there's mostly good reasons to mix methods, your qualitative methods and your quantitative methods. For these reasons, if you have qualitative data, like perceptions, how do you feel living in this area? You know, are you unhappy when it rains? You know, how would your life be improved? Those are all qualitative questions you might ask someone. But to make those answers more valid, you might want to add some quants in there as well, some descriptive statistics, like these houses don't have enough bedrooms, there's no electricity, there's no gas. You might want to do a quant-based study of the assets in the area. So you might mix methods for completeness, for process, for credibility, and to provide context. Mixed methods approaches in grants are a good idea because it will help you combine your disciplines better. So there are different ways of mixing methods. Whoops, hang on. 10 minutes, we're going to rush now. I can send this to everyone, so don't worry too much if we're going to miss it. You can do your quants first, like a big data, find a problem in the data, and then go and do a qualitative study to explain why that's happened. In an exploratory design, you can go and do your surveys and ask community leaders what their problems are, and then do a quants-based survey to see if those are valid or can be verified by quants data. Or you can do whole sequential designs where you switch between the two. You find a problem, you do some quantitative methods, you go back and ground truth it, you do another survey. So sequential designs are of those types. I'm going to leave that one because it's not really important for grant applications. Yeah. So, different disciplines. Your design is going to combine different people to solve your problem. If you're multidisciplinary, you're just combining more than one, like sociologists, economists, architects. If you're interdisciplinary, you're combining them in a reciprocal relationship, which creates new types of knowledge that crosses those disciplines. If you're transdisciplinary, you're creating whole new types of knowledge that transcend or go beyond the disciplines. So there's a sort of a pictorial thing. You can just do a really good grant proposal as a sociologist doing sociology, that's fine, or an anthropologist doing anthropology. If you're going to get multidisciplinary, you're going to add, say, all the tables we had in the room at the beginning. Interdisciplinary starts to combine them in imaginative ways, and then you get the transdisciplinary one at the top. Interdisciplinarity is where 90% plus of complex grants sit, where you combine multiple academic disciplines into one activity, and you draw knowledge and methods from several fields. And then you think across the boundaries. So if we go back to our designing of the project that we did at the beginning, if you remember, you can take your 3 questions and just think for a moment, did you think what disciplines you needed to answer those questions? Have you got a clear idea of what methods would best answer them? Do you need to combine qual and quant methods? And is this multidisciplinary, interdisciplinary, or transdisciplinary? So just think for a moment, because you probably did it implicitly, but not explicitly, I would imagine. But do your research questions, can they be answered? So just take 5 minutes, and then you can tell me what disciplines you'd use and what methods. Just 5 minutes. Okay, so are we nearly done? Disciplines and methods, have we got those down? Okay, because we're sort of racing time. I'm at risk of going over if we spend much more time. Dr. Lawrence, what are you going to...
For my case, I see that computer science, I'll need data science, social sciences, sociology and anthropology, and I'll put the job that they'll do, community engagement, participatory mapping, understanding local knowledge, and also practices related to floods, designing culturally appropriate early warning systems. And then I have environmental science, hydrology, tasked to provide flood patterns in the area, historical data analysis and all that, and civil engineering and urban planning, infrastructure vulnerability, advice on sensor placement for optimal section, and then communication, develop effective communication channel for early warning. But I also realized that I could have other small sets that maybe some tasks like ethics for data collection on the areas, and then also project management. Yeah.
Wow, that was brilliant. That's 10 million, definitely. That's a large grant. But you do need all those disciplines, definitely. So our table.
Okay, the different disciplines that we think we'll need will be social science, housing/built environments, health, environmental, as well as finance. I just added finance now. And then the methods, we were looking at the sequential explanatory. So we'll start with the quantitative and then do our qualitative. So quantitative can be cross-sectional or surveys. And then our qualitatives will be focus group observations and key informant interviews as well.
That was brilliant. Well done. Key informant interviews. That's always a good one. Okay. Are we going to let them get away with that? Yes.
The disciplines, yeah, social science, cutting across, including educationists, including health specialists, including monitoring specialists, that also including urban planners, engineers, or inclusive. Then the team, the design team also will include statisticians to analyze and provide the ethics of the data, and computer specialists with skills in remote sensing and GIS.
Brilliant. We've got remote sensing experts now as well.
Afternoon. I would say, coming from a multidisciplinary environment myself, I would say we would need people that, professionals that will deal with the social aspect, the built environment. And when I say social, it's like the well-being, the psychological, and the effects of living in a space like this. And then when I say built environment, I mean people like architects, engineers. They can collaborate in the planning, and urban planners and all of that, because you need housing, you need stormwater drainage, and you need different disciplines to put that plan together. And you would need people that are in finance that will come up with strategies of how to finance this, because these people do not have enough income to pay for all of this. And you would need health sciences, people that will now detect what kind of diseases that come from this space, what can we help to improve this space in terms of the health and the quality of life and health and times like that. And when I say infrastructure, I mean the water, the sanitation, you need engineers in that kind of discipline, the water engineers and people that will understand the hydrology of the space in terms of drainage, in terms of how can we respond in terms of design to now have a plan that will work for this particular space. So that's...
Brilliant. She cooked. That's a good summary. Okay, so some people... Oh, he was with us. Yes, that's true. So...
Okay, I said that I would conduct a detailed assessment of the community's need and existing infrastructure, first of all, then engage with the stakeholders, which are local government, NGOs, and community leaders through consultations, and develop detailed project plans, including timelines, budgets, and resource allocations. Then for the infrastructure development, we would construct waste collection points, public toilets, and water points, then develop recycling centers and initiative waste management training programs, and then we'd implement drainage improvements and construct elevated housing solutions. Then we would launch hygiene education and community clean-up campaigns, then train residents in disaster preparedness and about disaster preparedness and response, and promote the use of new facilities through community events and programs. Lastly, for the monitoring and evaluation, we would regularly monitor the progress and impact of project components and adjust strategies and interventions based on the feedback and evaluation results, and we would document lessons learned and best practices for future application.
Okay, so that's very action-based methods there. That's what used to be called a PRA project, Participatory Research and Action Project, where you don't just study the people, but you actually do the research in order to do actions alongside the research to improve their lives. By the time you finish, that's PRA. That's a particular epistemology, which is fantastic. So we have our researchers building things on this table. So I'm nearly done now. So you can see how when you write a grant, apart from all the stuff about budgets and business plan, which you should get help with, the intellectual coherence is the first thing you're going to get marked on. And in the UK, the NRF, the Swedish, the Norwegians, and the Portuguese research councils, scientific quality is the first-rated criteria that you're marked on. I know that because I've worked for those organisations. So if there's a fault, you've mispriced something in the budget, or something in the impact statement is grammatically spelt wrong or whatever, that is not significant compared to the scientific quality of your actual plan. So it's worth spending some time on it. Now, this is also from a bid we did recently. Part of the justification also should include the impact you're going to have on the world, or your objectives in that respect. So here we can see that you have different types of objectives. So you have research objectives down the left here. I'll circulate this, which might be a disciplinary innovation, methodological innovation, finding out new knowledge. But then you also have capacity building objectives, which we saw on nearly all of the tables. Apologies to the online, I didn't go back to them. We might have to not do that because of time, I think. So capacity building objectives is to help communities increase their capacity to deal with the crisis. It's also capacity building in terms of your own staff and their development. Are you creating careers for people? Are you capacity building yourself in terms of learning new skills? And then impact objectives are again out in the world. You're impacting a solution to the problem. So you also need to be clear about what your impact objectives are. So we're now on our last section, taking enough time to write and plan. This is just this is from our teaching and learning at King's. I don't know if this is statistically accurate, but I know this is what I do. So the blue one is time spent fearing a project. You know, when you're just about to write an essay, or you've got to write a grant, or you've got some big challenge, that's how long you'll spend worrying about it, is the orange one. The yellow one is the procrastination. If I have a big project, my house is really clean. You know, like, because I'll do anything. So I will start dusting skirting boards and, you know, cleaning the bath, which I do infrequently. I know I don't live like a pigsty, but no, my house is always cleaner when I'm procrastinating. That's the yellow one. And then if you're not careful, the little red one is the actual time that you spend doing the thing. So with grant applications, because they're scary, remember the wood at the beginning, we're going on a bear hunt. If you're just worrying about it, you're wasting time. I have a thing over my desk called worrying wastes time, because you're not actually working. You might as well go for a walk, go for a swim, you know, go listen to music. Only do the red one, and then your grant application will get written. So, in conclusion, the research design has to have a clear correspondence to the aims and your underlying philosophical commitments. Like, we're interpretivists. We want to understand the world so we can make it better. That's what applied social science disciplines do. If the work is interdisciplinary, you've got a continuous communication that you're going to have with other people in your grant. Otherwise, people will just go back to their silos. So, you know, your built environment people, your engineers, your sociologists, if you have to be in a permanent conversation. Otherwise, they'll go back to a different building and just do what they've always done. You know, some of us academics are quite introverted. You know, we don't, you know, sometimes I don't want to talk to anyone. I just want to sit in my office. And I know that's a trait shared by a lot of academics, not all of us. So you have to keep the conversations going. And research is a social process. You need workplace ethics. So I'm a big football fan. Here's a couple. So these are both from football. The first rules of football, you know, were written in 1863. Well, at least in the UK. And this is law 10 of football, which is neither tripping nor hacking shall be allowed, and no player shall use his hands to hold or push his adversary. Now, I don't know if you've ever watched the World Cup, but I don't think law 10 is being upheld particularly well. But I've added it in here because in academic life, I've found if you are nice to people and you cooperate with people, everyone does better. So we're measured on our publications, our impact factors, our Scopus or a H number or whatever, and it all looks really individual, like neoliberal education, like you're on your own and your performance is subject to metrics. But the best groups in the best universities, or the best research projects, are where people are actually thinking about themselves as a group. So if, you know, don't try and compete with other people and bring them down, because together as a team, you'll do much better. And Howard Wilkinson was the best English football manager that ever was, maybe. Not Gareth Southgate, I don't know. But he said, it's amazing what can be achieved when no one minds who gets the credit. Another way of putting that for academics is be very clear about the ownership of the IP and the authorship, and be generous with each other. You know, so add authors to things, don't take them away. And make sure that collectively you can have lots of publications that everyone's joining in. You know, so everyone gets the credit. That also makes for successful projects in my experience. And I'm going to end there.
Any question directed to Prof? There's a question, Prof, for you.
Okay.
Any question also from our colleagues online?
Wanted to ask, does prestige or the status of the academic play a significant role if there is a call for funding and there's an elite professor, and there's me who's like nobody from, then does that have an impact on the outcome?
That's actually a very complicated question. Firstly, you're not a nobody. It's very self-effacing. No one is a nobody. It depends on the weighting systems in the way that the thing is being evaluated. And it also depends on whether the research council in question is explicitly handling bias or not. So in terms of weighting systems, they should be transparent. So if there's a section on the quality of the research project, and that's scored, you can get a particular number for that. And that's about everything I've been talking about today. Like, does the project hold up? What is the project worth in terms of its science? That gets a mark. And then, say, in the British system and the Swedish system, you get a section on organisation, environment, EDI, capacity building, career development, all of those sorts of logistical issues. You get scored for that too. And then that is added into the equation, but weighted, so it might not be worth as much as the scientific integrity. And then there's a section on the personnel. Now, in the UK system, there's a question about, has the person got the track record at their career level to do this? And so if you were to suddenly apply for 20 million, but it was your first research project, you might get marked down on that because they would see it as an operational risk. But if you were applying for a smaller grant or a large, in a reactive grant window, I'm not very good at the translations, but something up to £1 million, you'd be fine. You wouldn't get marked down if you weren't prestigious or you weren't at, a prestigious university. They would just say, yes, this person has their PhD. They have some record of publications. They've written a statement saying that they have the capacity to do this, and we believe them, and that would be fine. So it depends on where you pitch your grant, at which window, commensurate to your career. And then the final part of your question, the way I'm interpreting it, is, are there biases in the system? And I'd like to think there weren't, because reviewers are taught about unconscious bias. So you're not supposed to give a grant to a man over a woman just because you think they'll make a better leader, or you're not supposed to give a grant to Wits rather than Mangosuthu because you think that's a better university. Those things aren't supposed to matter, but there's always unconscious bias where reviewers are not perfect and they might just be very bigoted, and then it can affect applications. So it should be a meritocracy. I don't think that a pure meritocracy is possible completely, because humans aren't perfect. So, for example, in the one that I've just put in, one of the reviewers wrote, we're unsure whether the PI has an accelerating track record sufficient for this grade of grant or something, which is mean. It's like saying she's not at Cambridge, she's not a man. Has she handled big amounts of money before? It's a bit of an underhand criticism. But the funding board, when they take all the reviewers into hand, if someone on that board says, that's unconscious bias, or that's gendered, or, that reviewer can get rejected at that point if they're really being mean about you. Because I've seen some really mean reviewers in the system over time. So the answer is, it shouldn't. But sometimes it does. But it shouldn't stop you, because most of the points go on the good idea. And just because someone's at a prestigious place doesn't necessarily make them very brainy, believe me. Does that answer your question? Yeah. Yeah.
What are some common mistakes that can lead you to be rejected?
Okay, common mistake. I think if you annoy the reviewer with simple things that you could have fixed if you'd spent a little bit of time on it. So, you know, if you're writing it at the last minute and you haven't got someone to proofread it for you, or there's spelling mistakes, or, you know, simple things like the numbers in your cost table don't add up properly, whatever, the reviewer's just going to get annoyed. Because maybe the reviewer is reading 20 of these, you know, and their kid is crying and they're tired. And they just, said this person, look, they couldn't even do their sums. You know, it's the equivalent of throwing you over their shoulder, you know. And you might have a really brilliant idea, but you've not done yourself any favours because you've made stupid mistakes. So always prepare it in advance so that you can, you know, send it to someone to copy edit it. So send it through an AI system. Make sure that the tables, you know, are formatted properly and the numbers add up. So that there's nothing to annoy the reviewer as they read it. And then I think the other thing that can stop you getting funded is not being honest about the competition or the pre-existing body of work, because the reviewer might be someone who's just done a paper on it. You know, they've probably been picked for a reason. So if you do your literature review and you like writing, nobody has ever done this before, and there's actually like 500 papers, but your reviewer's just written one last year in Nature, you know, they're going to think, this person is lazy and arrogant, and, you know, you're going to get rejected. So try and do a fairly good job. You're always going to miss a few people, but, you know, don't claim to be the only person doing it when you're not. You know, because a humble statement of, these people have done this, we've got to here, this bit hasn't been done, here's me, I'm up for the job, I'm going to do that little bit. You know, that looks like you know what you're doing and you've got a plan and you're a person who means business. And that, you know, that makes them trust you and trust your character, which makes them want to give you the money.
It looks like there are no more questions. Can you give Prof a round of applause? There are two.
Carry on, yeah. All right.
Okay, let's start with you, Dr. Nduli.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Thank you very much indeed for the presentation, Professor. It was really, really eye-opening and very informative indeed. I'm speaking here wearing a cap of the research for beginners. The terms used by professors, you say novice researchers. So I'm looking at the funding that you just spoke about. As much as while you were explaining, you tried and explore some categories of this funding that are available. So perhaps one is not privy to the documentation or the whole policy for this funding formula. Perhaps the question that I wanted to pose is in relation to the funding available for conferencing and publication, as well as to increase the research outputs for research for beginners. And also, does it articulate or does it preempt to be extended to a full-fledged kind of research, that kind of funding in respect of those categories? Thank you very much, Prof.
Okay, I think I understood that, but maybe not. So did you want to know about different places to apply to funding too, or different categories that have money attached to them, or how to navigate a career through different types of funding, or all three?
Yeah, all three, Prof. Particularly on the funding for conference attend. Let's say you have a zero publication, and you now enticed to, explore the world in terms of funding. Is that available as well, or that kind of category? Yeah.
So I think I understand it. The first thing I think in your position is to get yourself a mentor here. Like, I don't know if you have mentorship systems in place that are working, but try and get a senior prof to adopt you and give you tips on how to do these things, because that always helps. In terms of research windows, obviously the NRF has reactive windows, but also open windows where you can apply for grants here. And then there's foundations. Is it the HSRC here? Yeah. Yeah. If you want to look further afield, Horizon 2020, the European Research Council, you can go to their website as a non-national of Europe, put yourself on there with a short profile, and you will then become searchable for Europeans who want to do research here or on a subject that you might pop up for. So, because there's two things about being a junior person that would make you successful. The first thing is to apply for things where you are PI from the off, even though they might only be small. So, look for the windows where you can apply for just a little bit of money, do something self-standing, but for which you are the principal investigator to prove that you can be in charge of. And then when you've done that, apply for the next stage up where you employ a researcher and then gradually get bigger as a PI. And then the second route to do at the same time is to get yourself involved in bigger collaborations where you're not necessarily the boss, but you can actually get a lot of money from those and network and meet people. So go to Horizon 2020 portal, put yourself in there, and then someone from Berlin or Madrid or UK will be searching for, sorry, I didn't know what you do, but maybe architect Durban or planner, informal settlements, and they'll contact you and say, join our multi-million-pound project, and you'll be a partner in that thing, and that gets you experience as well. In terms of conferencing, apply for the big conferences that do scholarships. So some of the big ones, like the Annals of American Geographers, or the Royal Geographical Society in the UK, if you get your paper accepted, but you don't have enough money to go, there'll be a link at the bottom that will say, apply for financial assistance. Do it. They want to throw money at you because they have some money. And then you'll get to go to the conferences. Pollen, for example, which I've been involved in for a long time, was in Dodoma this year. Pollen is the political ecology network. It was started in Europe, but now it's a global thing. So they have simultaneous conferences in Europe and Africa at the same time, or Latin America. They do lots of scholarships because it's a not-for-profit. Okay, then I hope that's helpful.
Okay.
Thank you very much. So.
Okay, I think there was I think there's online. I'm not sure. Was it you, Prof. Mtapuri, or maybe that colleague can kick in there? There were two hands online.
Oh, no, it's not me, Prof. I'm happy with the responses and the presentation. I joined late, but thank you, Prof.
It's Oliver. Hi, Oliver.
Okay. It means that that colleague has withdrawn then. We had already given a round of applause, Prof. Thank you so much. I know that can I request colleagues, I'm sure that our colleagues who will be presenting today are not going to take a lot of time. Yesterday I gave 10 minutes. They decided to decide on their own to take more than 10 minutes. So Noktula, I want you to serve as a timekeeper because I don't want to keep people for that long here. We have got the following presentations by Sia, will be the first one. Slondile Lutulu will be the second one. Mr. Mazuru will be the third one. And then Vanessa will be the fourth one. The one will be Londiwe Shandu. Can you please follow that sequence? We're only giving you 10 minutes. I know yesterday we had someone who presented without breathing and finished within with less than 10 minutes. Thank you.
Okay. Are we good? Can I start? Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm going to race through my presentation. I wish I had the mic on my hand and I could pace, because I think this one. Oh, okay. Anishongan. Okay. Yeah. My name is Sebong Antombela, and I'm at the final stages of my PhD. So what I'm presenting here today is actually informed by what Dr. Mpindi suggested, that we protect the IP, right? So I'm not going to present exactly what is going to be on my PhD, but my study actually is looking at the appropriation and the production of space by the Rubenpreneurs. So I'm looking at the Rubenpreneurship in Umlazi and Durban. My supervisors are Professor Msapuri and Professor Stemsomien. The outline of my presentation is as follows. Historical background. I'm going to give you guys the research problem and the researcher positionality. I've tweaked it from the way that I've structured my PhD, and I'm trying to incorporate everything that I've been learning here. I'm just trying to test if it's going to make any impact maybe in my presentation and also in the flow of my PhD. The theoretical framework, the objectives, the research questions, the literature review, methodology, findings, and conclusion. So what my study is actually trying to do, I'm trying to explain the current using history. So it's a historical kind of flow from what has happened in the past and then up to now. So what are we looking at? As we know that in South Africa, there was a change from the way that we produce, right? So the agrarian system was chucked away, and then we're now entering into this industrial space. So when we're entering the industrial space, there was a need for more land. Hence, a number of black people were removed from their ancestral lands. About 3.6 million had to be displaced, right? And this was done through a number of legislations, right? Such as your Native Land Act of 1913, the Native Trust Act of 1936, which became the precursors of the Group Areas Act of 1950, right? So in 1948, the National Party came into power when the United Party lost. And then there were a number of other legislations that were used. And this is where we saw those labor-intensive industries. Remember, you now have mines, you have industries that are producing. Now they were in need of the cheap labor. While they were in the need of the cheap labor, they had to conceptualize spaces or residential territories where they were going to house these black workers who were actually migrants coming from rural areas and came and settled. Umkumbane, across us, right, is one of the areas where people had to find places to live, but they were also forcibly removed, and they were moved to Kwamashu and Umlazi. So this is where a township comes from. So those who don't understand the concept of township, these were territories that were created during apartheid in order to house the cheap labor that was necessary for labor-intensive industries. So the research problem, therefore, that I'm investigating, I'm trying to understand townships as the products of the apartheid regime through the exclusionary policies and thus uneven development that prevailed. Durban City Council, what is now known as a Tegui municipality, had technocrats who had already planned and located these places, right, where they were going to build houses. I'm a product of that house. I grew up in Umlazi in the forum houses. However, there were some spaces that were left abandoned, late fallow. Some of those spaces were supposed to be for churches or halls, but they were never constructed. These open spaces became and were entered now by the residents in that area, and many of them were actually lying fallow, and they were used for what was considered illegally according to the legislations. They were either dumping sites, and as young boys, we used them to go and play soccer because we didn't have any recreational spaces, right? Therefore, the problem is how rural migrants, with entrepreneurial acumen, which I've used this a term, which is Rupenpreneurs, appropriate and develop those spaces to generate income or livelihoods for themselves, given that the past socio-political order of the apartheid regime discouraged such activities. So what is it that I'm talking about? I'm talking about such spaces, right? So my positionality is that I am a Zulu man. I've never met any white Zulu guy. So far we are black. So I'm a black Zulu man, and I grew up in Umlazi in the 80s. So you can guess my age now. So yes, we grew up in that place. So in my upbringing, right, I observed these changes that were happening, but I could not fully understand them and appreciate the significance and their impact. So this actually plays a huge role because we often hear people saying, hey, indawo zikamasipala, these are municipal places, because they are aware that they belong to the municipalities. So they had to condition themselves in order not to enter those spaces. So they were governing themselves in a way that curtailed any interest to utilize those spaces for any purpose, for any economic viable purpose other than maybe as a dumping site, as I've mentioned, right? So going back to this one, so if you look at this space, it's open, it's fallow, nothing has been done, only the paving. But you also see here that there is a dumping happening, and the municipality has now placed skippers so that people can dump in these places. But when you look at the back here, there are people who have put containers. You couldn't do this in the 80s, right? So the space was controlled by the apartheid government through an institution which is called the Durban City Council, right? So we see the role of institutions in governing and controlling spaces. So my theoretical framework that I'm going to use, I'm actually using more than these, right? There are 3 of them, but for now, I'm just going to tell you governmentality, which has actually been mentioned in this room numerous times, right? Because this is a way that government is trying to instill a way of self-governance, the conduct of conduct. They want to achieve a particular kind of citizen, a citizen that is able to observe and also make their own decision, their own determinant, that they're not going to enter those spaces. So you are actually conducting your own behavior in a way that is in line with what the government wants, without them actually using any form of coercion and so forth. So they were using institutional mechanisms such as your legislation. So that's why I call that the regime of legislation. And also using Caventa's theory of power, right, which actually examines the nexus between power, citizen engagement, and government, the intersection of global, national, and local level. And this is what I'm talking about here, because there are invisible powers that are in place. So you have form of powers, you have got power that is overt and power that is covert. So this is the form of power that is visible, where the king or so forth, they will behead you or they'll do everything. Those are forms of powers that are direct. But there's also a form of power that is subtle and invisible. And this is happening in spaces such as those spaces during apartheid. These were closed spaces, right? Because you could not enter those spaces. And this was happening at a local level, but influenced by national policies. But now I'm looking at the opening of these spaces. Are these spaces going to become open spaces as created spaces, as new forms of spaces? Or even though they are there, are they still closed spaces because they might remain closed spaces through policies? So some of the objectives that I have here is to investigate the push and pull factors, because I want to understand the emergence and the rise of that class of Rupenpreneurs. And I'm trying to look at the methods and techniques that they use to actually appropriate these spaces. How do they get hold of these spaces, right? So these are my questions. So in the literature, right, you will find that they are actually talking about how the apartheid government was able to curtail these economic activities through policies, right, in order to control these entrepreneurial activities. If you grew up in a township, there was a time when women would actually brew their own beer, but they would be harassed by police and the blackjacks. My mom would actually tell me that, right, because they were trying to substitute what their husband would bring home as remittances, but this institution, the system could not allow that. What happened is that even the apartheid government ended up producing the same umqombothi or African beer and named it Ijuba. Hence we have Ijuba, but it was the African women who actually used that kind of produce. So you can see that there was this hunger for entrepreneurial activities, but it was not allowed at the time. And hence we then see beer halls emerging in these spaces. The concept of appropriation, therefore, draws from a number of different epistemological, cultural, and linguistic. So that's why, even in my method, in my methodology, I'm trying to understand this concept from a very constructivist approach, because I have my own knowledge and understanding of the place as an observer, but also there is knowledge that should be co-produced with those that I'll be interviewing. So when you look at, there are several factors, such as rapid urbanization, that have really contributed to this special appropriation. So people like your Hernandez, right, view appropriation as an informal and illegal use of place or territory. Remember that all these people that are entering those spaces, they appear or they're perceived to be using these spaces illegally. But I want to understand, is it always illegal or not? So my method on methodologies is the case study constructivist approach in the population of Umlazi, which is around 400,000, and the sample frame, these are 26 entrepreneurs in the area according to the municipality document. So I will be, look, I've sampled 12, and in fact I opted for 13, for 30, but there was a reason why I had to have 12. Because of the politics. If I've published my work, you'd understand the politics that is there. You can't even have focus group because these people are competing that are actually entering those spaces and using them. Because remember, some of these spaces, they even use their names, which are commonly known here, these places that you visit. So you can't bring those people together. Some of them have been shot at, others have gone and so forth. So there's a lot of politics that is attached to that. Semi-structured interview, in-depth interviews and observation. I've used en vivo. And then my finding is that unemployment, therefore, becomes this frequently coming mentioned push factor. Say, I've left my place to come here. I've left every place to come here in order to make life for myself and activities. And this is what Payat would call the quiet encroachment of those by the apartheid legislation. I thank you. Yeah. Hey. I 10 minutes. Okay. Are there any questions?
Already tired, so why should they ask you questions? Yes, there are questions. I can say that Dr. Nderi has got a question.
Yeah. Thank you. I think I agree it's a marathon, but I have, and I appreciate what you have presented and good work. And you say you are at tail end of your presentation. I think I have only 2 comments to make. Okay. One is I would say they are the neighborhood of the real content. Those 2 comments. The first one is the issues around the content that exists in your slides. Okay. I feel like it's too much and maybe needs to be taken care of to consider the audience so that points is on the, you know, slides are supposed to help us to see the point more, to focus on the point. There's a whole literature review that I was trying to read, but because you're also talking, I'm balancing my head, and by the time I'm reading the center, you're already exhausted. So I think maybe consider the issue of balancing that so that the point is presentations on that part. And that should help us also. I also think that maybe, importantly, still on the issue of presentation, you could benefit very much from looking at the issues around conscious of time. Conscious of time, what I mean by that is, if you look at at the beginning, you already want, this is the time you have. So you have 10 minutes. So it means the whole of these guys, they know that they don't expect you to go through everything. But there are some important points that you need to focus on. Like, for example, you are that part of your contribution. I see you have spent a lot of time showing us, like if you go to the slide, there's a slide that talked about, that was at the beginning.
Okay.
That you went through all the points. Yes. That you went through all the points. I felt like you rebutted so much there. Yet it would have been good if you moved to what you have really done in that. Because you've said you are at the tail end.
Yes.
At the tail end means you have already done the research,
Yes,
corrected
yes,
data, and this kind of thing.
Yes.
So we would want to see that contribution, maybe spending time there. I mean, this is on the issues of at the presentation.
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. Otherwise, very good. Thank you.
I think it was more of a comment that we need to take care of. It looks like one has got a burning question for you.
Thank you for this powerful presentation, especially because it touches on issues of township economy. But maybe if we can unpack these concepts a bit, entrepreneurship, the way in which you coined it, I think it sounds interesting, but I didn't get the full meaning of it, because I think it has got a lot of impact in the study.
Okay.
Thank you.
Good. Entrepreneurship is a portmanteau made up of rural and urban. When you merge these two, you have urban. And then you bring entrepreneurship, and then you cut the intra, and then you put it together. So entrepreneurship. So these are people who come from rural areas and urban areas who are now settling in these spaces and really starting businesses that were uncommon during the time of apartheid. You know that we used to have tuck shops, but all of a sudden you now have lifestyle places, or Shisanyam, or Yadin, or Max, all those places, right? This is a very new concept in that space, right? So I'm trying to understand how it came about. Thanks.
I'm sure that you'll always face that question, but you need to check to trace its originality in Rwanda, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah. Oh, there's another question.
Thank you very much, my brother, for that presentation. So you mentioned that there was an issue pertaining to you maybe putting your participants together in terms of trying to acquire some knowledge. Then for me, I think maybe there are some other ways that maybe you could have used in terms of trying to gather those participants together. So obviously maybe if there are 8 or 10 or 5, then obviously maybe the issues that you are talking about obviously we're going to erupt. So maybe if you had 3 participants, maybe 2, I think there is something in depth that maybe you could have elicited from those participants. So if I may ask, what other tools do you use in terms of trying to elicit information from the participants? Then again, being mindful of what if maybe I had 2 or 3 or 4, then 5, I think it's a big, again, it was going to go through the issue of you saying there were going to be problems. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Lutando, for that question. Okay, the first one. I wish you can understand what I was faced with. These people are powerful, those kind of powerful individuals, right, who are in competition. So competition became another very important factor in my study, that you cannot take one competitor and another and place them into one room. And these are powerful individuals. I think you understand what I'm talking about, powerful, right? So even the way that they've established these businesses, remember that there's an element of illegality that is happening, and therefore they don't want to expose such. Now, when you are bringing them in those spaces, you don't have a control as a researcher because it then goes beyond your power. So what I had to do, right, or the instrument that I used to elicit these responses, I used an interview guide, right, because I had to create a rapport with them so that they can understand, you know, the Lokshin language and, you know, Tsotsital and all of that, so that you can make them comfortable. So, okay, you are not really an outsider, but you are able actually to understand what was happening. I'm talking about public roads or spaces that had to be appropriated. Imagine the involvement. So that's why I'm saying that the study, the way I'm phrasing it, I can't actually go beyond what I've actually given you guys, but there's something actually that is very deep, you know. Yes, thank you. Let's leave it at that.
Okay, I think very shortly we're trying to protect your participants.
Thank you.
I think we can, it looks like your study is interesting.
Oh,
So,
I wanted to ask, besides the interpretation of Foucault's governmentality and also other what broadly defined in post-structure, are there any in the material explanation, from maybe from the Marxist or in terms of class and those of dynamics as opposed to sort of post-structural interpretations?
Okay, good. Whenever we talk about production, people always think from the Marxist perspective alone, which I fully appreciate, and there is a segment on my PhD where I'm looking at from the Marxist perspective of alienation, right? That sometimes the products that you are producing yourself, you tend to be alienated from. And sometimes you end up being alienated even from the self, because remember, these are people who are actually entering spaces that are supposed to, okay, before that, there are people who are already entrepreneurs, which I've termed the home-based entrepreneurs. These are people who are owning townships, but they are not part of this presentation. These people were afraid to actually enter those spaces, but these spaces were created for them in that vicinity, but they couldn't use them. So the material conditions ended up making them to remain in a lower status or a more economically lesser place than those who were actually coming here and actually taking over. That's why I call the Rupenpreneurs to be the defiant class, because they tend to defy what is already there. But I've termed the home-based entrepreneurs as the compliant, because these are the people who are complying to the legislations, and they've remained in a way subsistent or poorer kind of level of society, rather than those who have now become powerful and untouchable because they've exploited the opportunities that lie in those spaces. So the Marxist, it's more on a very shallow level, but I'm using Gaventa in terms of power, and in terms of production, then I'm using Henry Lefebvre, which I've not even included here. Thank you.
Okay, maybe we may have a seminar. Yeah, let's Slondile. Thank you. Maybe you can give a round of applause to Sia.
Good afternoon to everyone. I am Silondile Lutuli, and I'll be presenting a bit of my work on my PhD, but I'll mainly focus on my published paper, some of the findings from that section. So the title is Exploring What Contributes to So Successful and Effective Outcomes in a North and a Multi-South Partnership Among Higher Education Institutions, and a case study. And it's a case study of a Project 2 consortium. I have anonymized all my participants, even the project itself. So in this instance, I've named it Project 2. So a brief background in terms of global health partnerships. So in my study, I'm focused on global health, and then I'm focused on North-South partnerships between higher education institutions, and these have been, according to literature, been used as a vehicle to transfer skills, resources between institutions in the North and the South. And however, research on these partnerships has tended to focus on limitations and challenges within these partnerships. So my study, I wanted to explore characteristics that contribute to the functioning of the partnership and how these have an impact on the effectiveness of the partnership. So my overarching objective is to evaluate the overall functioning and output of a North and a 3-South partnership between higher education institutions. So my study is a process evaluation. I am following this partnership, and it started in 2020, and it's going to end in 2026. So my partners are countries in Norway, South Africa, DRC, and in Tanzania. And the partnership, or the aim of the partnership, the thing is implemented in DRC and in Tanzania. So they have included the departments of nutrition in these 2 countries. So the aim of the partnership is to, cemented on these 3 pillars, is to, 1, develop and implement a master's and a PhD program in nutritional epidemiology. These will be implemented in DRC and in Tanzania. And then in the second pillar of the partnership is to research capacity building within these 2 institutions. And then the third pillar is to ensure that what they have in terms of research, it informs locally and relevant nutrition policies within the government. So now for my PhD, the methodology that I'm using, it is a participatory action research project, and it's focused on this specific case study with the project 2. And I am using in-depth interviews, I'm using focus groups, and I'm using workshops which are within that use participatory action techniques, and I also use observations where I observe partners, their meetings, I attend their seminars, I attend the annual meetings, so I observe how they interact with one another. So my conceptual framework, I am using the Bergen model of collaborative functioning. I'm not sure if you can see it. So here, this first part, so it's a systems model where you move in a system. So you have your inputs, you have your collaboration, and then you have your outputs. So for my first paper, I focused on the inputs. So within the inputs, you have your partner resources, the mission of the partnership, and then you also have your financial resources, and then these enter into a system with maintenance tasks and production tasks, which are tasks that the partners themselves distribute. So your maintenance tasks are things like your meetings, administration, and then your production tasks will include things like how they develop the curriculum, and how the research, it's all within the production tasks. And then there's things that influence or affect these 2 things, which are leadership, communication, roles, and structures within the partnership. And then you also have your input interaction, which is these 3 pillars. How are they interacting within the leadership, communication, and roles? How then are these influencing these 2 things? And then you have your outcomes. You can have your additive outcomes, which additive results, which would be results that would be indifferent whether they were in a partnership or not, so would have the same results. And then you have your synergistic results, which are more because they were in the partnership, there was an impact because of the partnership. And then you have your antagonistic results where they don't, there's a deficit in terms of the outcomes or the outputs in the partnership, and then it also influences this whole functioning of the partnership. Then all of this happens within the context being the partnership itself and how it is functioning. And then in terms of my data collection strategy, it's done in 3 cycles. So cycle 1, cycle 2, and cycle 3, and these 2 are points of interaction between myself as a researcher and the partners in terms of giving feedback and then ensuring. So these are parts, since it's a PAR, there's a part of action that happens between the partners and the researchers in coming up with solutions based on the previous cycle. So for the first cycle, I did a review of previous meetings, recordings. Because my PhD started in 2022, so I had to go back all the recordings from their meetings from 2020 and 2021 and do observations in order to help me develop an interview guide and also to observe how are they functioning or how are they interacting with one another. And also observation, this includes a continuous observation of virtual and physical meetings. And then the second part is the cycle 2, which was a feedback session to the partners based on cycle 1. And then we had a PAR workshop where they had activities they had to do in order to come up with solutions or challenges. If there were challenges from cycle 1, they come up with solutions based on the results from that side. And then I did continuous observations as well. And then with cycle 3, it's feedback from cycle 2, and then workshop as well with the focus group discussion and observation. That was the data collection strategy and how it was all planned. So my sub-objective 1, which was paper 1, was to explore the functioning of the partnership. And that was mainly focused on how the different partners understand and contribute to the first part, which was the mission inputs, and also focusing on the middle part as well, even though it was still very early in the partnership, but the partners had plans in terms of how they're going to communicate and plans in terms of the production tasks and the maintenance tasks as well, since they were planning to develop this master's and PhD curriculum. And then the second paper, which is sub-objective 2, is to explore the outcomes of the partnership. This is based on the outcomes based on the stated objectives of the partnership itself now, not merely my PhD, but what the partners intended to obtain from this partnership, and also see if there's any synergistic or antagonistic outcomes within this partnership, and how then do these feedback into the partnership. What I mean by that is how the partners resolve issues of conflict, and how then do they share in terms of synergistic outcomes as well. And then sub-objective 3, which is paper 3, is to explore what promotes optimizing partnership functioning. So what are some of the lessons from antagony and synergy, and then how does antagony and synergy feedback? So it's all that feedback loop into the partnership. So I'll just briefly present my findings from paper 1. So the methods I used in this subsection was in-depth interviews which were conducted with all the partners from all the institutions, including the stakeholders, which are the departments of health within these 2 countries where the program is implemented. And then I used the Bergen model of collaborative functioning as my data collection to help me develop data collection tools and analysis. And I used thematic network analysis using the hybrid approach, including deductive and inductive, in analyzing my data. So firstly, one of the key findings was how the partners distinguished themselves. There were implementing partners and supporting partners. The supporting partners being the N1 and the country S1. Country S1 being South Africa, then country S2 is DRC, and country S3 is Tanzania. Those are the implementing partners where the project is implemented. So this is significant because how the partners initially had described the partnership as being equal. So to see how they distinguish themselves in these 2 categories, it then creates a bit of hierarchy and issues of power within the partnership, as you see as I proceed as well. And then these labels were according to the role distribution and the resources that were brought into the partnership. So just to briefly explain or briefly speak about the roles and the resources. So with the supporting partners, what they were bringing into the partnership was funding, management of the project, skills and training, skills and research projects, teaching and supervising, and also in terms of running projects as principal investigators and administration as well. And then with the implementing partners, it's more of being co-PIs and coordinators in curriculum development, teaching, skills in research and supervision, and then also stakeholders acting as research hubs where students will be linked into to run their projects. And then, as I've mentioned a bit earlier, one of the issues, or one of the key findings as well, was role conflicts, where country N1 reported that they saw that they had more control in terms of roles and responsibilities in the partnership, being the in terms of the power of decision making. They held the power for decision making, and this was also linked into to the funders, being the partners that were linked with the funders and working with the partners. As I said earlier, how the partners distinguished themselves, they said that it was a very egalitarian basis in terms of the partnership, meaning that it was an equal partnership in how they viewed it. However, this contradicts in terms of how they saw themselves in terms of, as they said here, the control in terms of decision making. Then you could get to question in terms of power. And then also in terms of power dynamics as well, they reported that the northern partners felt that they were imposing a lot of the things in the partnership, them also having a lot of there's a dual role and multiple responsibilities within the partnership. In terms of dual role, them being an equal partner, and also them conversing or liaising a lot with the funders. And then in terms of implications for the partnership, how I saw it going forward is how then the partnership is perceived as equal. However, there was an uneven resources and roles that led to complex power dynamics, and that is also leading to these, what I perceive as antagonistic outcomes within the partnership. So, as a conclusion in terms of this part of my PhD, in terms of how I see it, is that in this partnership, there needs to be a recognition that the inequalities do exist within this partnership. And then also how then decision-making, needs to be a shift in terms of decision-making power from the north to be shared decision-making with the south, or most of the power to decision-making being led by the southern partners. Also, there needs to be a shift from the perceived equality, which means that we are equal partners on equal ground, to perhaps equality where there is fairness in how the roles are distributed and how the benefits are also distributed in this partnership as well. And then there also needs to be establish a better resource and benefits ratio in terms of how these are drafted even from proposal stage. Thank you. So if you need more information, you can have a look at the paper that I've published for more information or better assessment of the work. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you have some questions? Okay, there's one from Doc here.
Yes, thank you. Just 3 comments, yes. Quick ones. Number one, I think it's okay because this one was right on the brain. The slides were right on the brain. One could understand the forum. But I have the second question. This collaboration or this project, the selection of it, was it because it was a good example of how collaboration should happen? Or it was selected because it was the only one that existed and that research needed to be done? Then the other question is, if you look at what you are advocating for, I felt like maybe what I would advocate for is that making sure that even the global south, because these power dynamics do play everywhere. If I'm bringing resources and I'm bringing that, it's true that what you need to do is also provide a kind of an evaluation that talks about what you are bringing on board. That way you become an important partner. What I'm saying is that if I'm seeing that the power I have is because I'm bringing money and resources and this kind of thing, then you need to show that whatever you're bringing on the table is also very powerful. There's no way this project can go ahead without your kind of experience and the context that we have. And I think that in the last slide does not seem to be coming out on that aspect, that the most is try to, the Global South or the S1 and such partnership should be able to show that kind of thing.
Yeah, I think one of the key things that I also talk about in the paper in terms of contextual knowledge playing a huge role and being a resource within the partnership. So those are the things that need to feed back into the partnership as well between these North-South partnerships. So I think that's the one thing that the partners themselves do not recognize as a resource coming into this partnership. And also another thing that I've also seen within literature as well, it's this whole dynamic of top-down, and then the Southern partners are not seeing their value in terms of what they bring into the table, bring the implementers. That's a huge role that they play in the partnership, but they do not recognize it in terms of being a resource that they're bringing into the partnership. And then in terms of this specific partnership, I worked on it as a case study because of my previous work. So this is it's project 2. There is a project 1, but we ran the evaluation end of the project. So when we're going into the second round, I said, no, actually, I want to start at the beginning and evaluate it as a process to see how are they interacting and being a resource as a researcher in the partnership to see key areas of improvement in how are they functioning themselves as a partnership. So that's where it started, and then how I see myself. That's why I said it's a case study for me to look into to these North-South partnerships. Yeah, as a key area of study. Thank you.
Any other question? Okay, this one is not a question for me. I think the issue of positionality and reflexivity didn't come strong in your then, but don't respond to it.
I think I'll just reflect on it but I do mention it in the paper. I just wanted to highlight the key findings from this piece of work.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Next presenter, please.
Okay, I don't know how to, sorry.
Just a little request to the presenters that are going to go on. As soon as you hear the timer, can you just please quickly wrap up so that we can also have time for questions? Thank you.
Does it function? If I take it off from the battery, it functions, right? Just taking it off. My memory stick, can I have someone to assist me? My memory stick is not the usual one. Yeah. Sorry. Yeah. It's not fitting in. Yeah, let me try. Just one. I'm trying to, it's the space here. I'm trying. Yeah. Yeah, I see now. But okay, sir. It's moving.
Somgezi is hired.
Thank you. I'll try to stick to the time. The tentative research topic, which is modular production, modeling on the effect of climate change in production of cereal crops, is currently the tentative title of the thesis. which is a case study of Mashonaland West East Province of Zimbabwe. I'll just give a brief introduction on the development of this thesis, where we are deriving from the current economic trends in Zimbabwe's agriculture, where we're arguing that 65% of the population is surviving on agriculture, and 40% of this is from livestock production. And therefore, with that background, we are substantiating that the economy is an agrarian economy, and if major strides are to be conducted to change the household consumption, it is supposed to be from agriculture. Therefore, in terms of contribution to the economy, the GDP, 15 to 18% is from agriculture, which currently stands as the highest, and 21% of the accounts for 21% of the GDP, which is set to increase crop production to 25% by 2025, in line with the National Development Strategy. The National Development Strategy is the policy document that is guiding agriculture production in the country. And in the development of this thesis, the government conducts what is called the crop, livestock, and fisheries assessment, which is the biggest survey in agriculture in Zimbabwe. This survey is funded by the FAO and is conducted annually. It is conducted 2 times within the agriculture farming season. Therefore, the data that I'm investigating into and exploring into was taken from this survey for the period 2018, 2019, 2020, and into 2021. Therefore, it is a very huge data set that I'm investigating into. And this data set, mainly I'm looking into the yields, which is involving and examining, summarizing main characteristics of yield to understand patterns, relationships, and anomalies. This process includes techniques such as statistical modeling, data visualization, and initial hypothesis testing. Where are we coming from? The reason why we are having challenges is that challenges are emanating from price, price of inputs, price of produce when farmers are selling, the yield, and resources that make the income, farmers' income stable from year to year. And some of these conditions also include the 5 classes that were developed by the government, which are old resettlement, A1, commercial, and newly resettled farmers. These 5 classes are performing differently in terms of crop production, and it has been observed from this data set that production is varying, and we need to investigate and explore what really is coming out of this data. Therefore, production in these 5 classes is varying based on climatic conditions, and that's affecting yield, like I've mentioned before. Also noted in the development of the thesis is that from the selected province to which I'm investigating into has got 3 different conditions, weather conditions that can be ascertained in this region. Therefore, the objective to highlight the impact of land ownership in 5 different resettlement classes on cereal crop production, specifically that is maize, finger millet, sorghum, and peor millet. Therefore, the investigation is on 4 crops, as well as the associated climatic changes experienced by the resettled farmers. The objective to investigate the scale of production for cereal crops based on the region of the crop, to determine production of the hierarchical modeling based on the farming classes. On this investigation, which will form a paper, we are trying to establish which of the 5 classes is performing the best in terms of their order, to establish the impact of climate change on the spatial distribution of farmers. There's an element of remote sensing where we want to establish how farmers are distributed across the province. Then focused on the extent of cultivatable land. We want to investigate if there are changes in the size of area to which the farmers are currently utilizing. Then to move forward, these are the characteristics of the data. In terms of quantitative, we're going to investigate those indicators which are formed as the variable indicators, the hectare, farming households, some technical terms, number of dry days, site and location, large scale, and also looking into the rainfall patterns, farm gate commodity prices, like I've mentioned, and practice of conservation agriculture. All that is contained within the data sets. Then also these variables are being investigated on each particular type of crop, right? The only difference is that on each particular type of crop, you are having the quantity, be it of seeds, fertilizer, right-of area, or right-of cause. Right-of cause remains something, it is qualitative data where the farmer explains the reason why he is losing land. Then statistical modeling to encompass the production of those papers to measure the scale of production based on the region of the crop. This will include development and extent of right-of area, establish input and temperature changes, and then in hierarchical modeling, establish crop production from what district, province, and national level. Therefore, the results of this hierarchical modeling will inform at what level, which category of farmers are doing the best, at district level, which category of class of farmers is doing the best, and then at national level, we'll do the same. Therefore, when we are modeling climate change on the spatial composition, geocoordinates have been established. They are available on the data set. Method will include, those are more technical methods, and then develop and produce inflated models, and then we shall identify patterns and anomalies. Right, in exploring this data, I'm looking at the relationships between yields and other variables such as rainfall, temperature, and soil quality, and that will form what Prof. Mtapuri was speaking on, development of a regression analysis and a regression model, and that will form also part of the modeling. Then identification of patterns and anomalies. We're going to look into the seasons, looking for seasonal effects on yields, variability in yields from year to year, and also looking at the outlier analysis. The outlier analysis, we shall investigate those special farms to which are credited according to individual status, to understand anomalies within those class of individuals who hold a particular status within society. Then frequency distributions, understand the distribution of yields from different crops. Like I mentioned, I'll be looking into 5 crops. Then comparative analysis remains the same. Regional comparison, like I mentioned, that we are looking at from ward level and escalating to national level. Crop comparisons, I think I've mentioned that, and historical comparisons, where I shall compare the current yields with historical data to assess progress or decline in production. And this will evolve to look into the productions that took place in the last 5 years before land reform was effected in Zimbabwe, that is 95 to 2000, and see on the production and compare with the current trends. Right, so I shall look into the descriptive statistics. There is in March on the methodology of 2018, and I'll look again into 2019, and I'll also look again into 2020 for the different types of crops. And then the data visualization, it's unfortunate, I thought maybe I had plugged in the data sets, but that is where I am, and developing by a research article. So that is from me.
Thank you. Can you take a little quickly rush with your to Prof here? I knew, Prof, that the question will come.
Hello. I have a student doing climate changing on agricultural outputs in Zimbabwe too. So excuse me, I'm going to put you two in touch. I thought that was amazing in terms of the depth and breadth of your statistical resources for the project. I mean, having all those variables at such depth is amazing. The question I have, though, is that I can see that you can run multiple regressions and correlations and maybe get some statistical significant results. But what are your working hypotheses on the causal relationships between land ownership and crop yields, or climate change and crop yields? Because both of those, to me, might be very complex, and there might be an attribution problem. Like, how are you going to say that either of those two things affects the outcomes when you've got all of the other data in there as well?
Okay, the effect of introduction of hypothesis is on significance. I'm trying to determine if any of my models, to validate any of my models, to say if I happen to develop this model, to what extent is this model significant in producing a practical and effective result to the various classes and communities, wards in particular. Those are the ones that I'm referring as communities. So that was the reason of introduction of the hypothesis. But also taking into effect what we have just mentioned is in the volumes. To some extent, I did notice that the volumes are quite huge, and there was a need to effectively justify. But since I'm working on a paper, I had included it to justify validation of the model. That was the main effect.
Can I come back just
yes,
quickly?
Yes.
So, I mean, take land ownership, for example. Spinach doesn't care who owns the land.
Come again?
Land ownership.
Yes.
You know, spinach doesn't care who owns the land it's growing on. So there has to be a causal pathway between land ownership and what happens that affects your crop yield. Like maybe an A1 farmer, for example, has got more money than an A2 farmer, so they're more likely to buy fertilizer, or they're more likely to have drainage. I mean, have you got like causal pathways that will help you navigate such a huge amount of data?
No. No, on that one I had not considered that one, but I think I would take it into consideration to see on the causal pathways and see what comes out of it. It's quite a huge data set. Yeah, it's quite a huge. So,
yes, Aubrey.
I think my question or comment will be related to Professor Breaking's question. I think because you're working with a lot of data, you might have the issues of confounding, and so you might, because if you do just an ordinary regression, whether it can be a hierarchical model or a multi-level model, but you still have the issues of confounding within your model, and which is in your design, you must be confident that you have isolated the cause and effect of and that's what, this is the cause of this outcome. And there are various strategies, but I think you must be clear on your measures. Is this measure valid? Is it supposed to measure what it's supposed to measure? And then all the causal explanations, and that's where the research design. And if you are in agriculture, you might visit your colleagues in agricultural economics. I think they do, they have various techniques of how to address the issues of confounding and the endogenous. So if you, for example, one of the ways is to use the instrumental sort of variable approach, or to have sort of an approach to make sure that your data is randomized, and then your finding is not just correlation, but just we have isolated the cause of that outcome. I think there are various ways on how to do that with observational data as opposed to controlled experiments if you want to get the cause.
Okay, noted.
I think it was more of a comment.
Yes.
Okay, can we go to the next? I'm sure there seems to be a lot of interest, but you can also have an offline discussion. I know that Prof. Breaking, you can benefit a lot. He has done a lot of work around Zimbabwe and so forth.
Okay, fine. Thank you. Thank you, Prof.
Thank you. Next presentation.
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope everyone still has energy for the next two presentations to come, but it's a great honor to be here. So today I'll be presenting my research proposal, and my research title is as follows: Exploring an Unauthorized Land Occupation Response System using 4IR technology to ensure sustainable water provision in the city of Mbombela, Mpumalanga province. My supervisors are Prof. L. Loga and Prof. O. Mtapuri. Okay. Okay. Globally, unauthorized occupancy of land used for housing is noted to be one of the leading contributors to the challenge of access to water at household level, and this has become a big challenge. Mihen 2023 found a direct link between illegal housing land occupants and the municipality's ability to provide water. The bulk water of South Africa's unmet demand for water services is attributed to the country's urban informal settlements. Nevertheless, unplanned settlements might lead to an excessive strain on existing water resources. This might result in water scarcity and rivalry for water supply amongst inhabitants. Joshua argued that the unlawful occupation of land for housing is seen as a major cause of limited access to water at household level. This has become a significant difficulty as individuals in informal housing have diverted the main water pipelines to fulfill water requirements, and this can result in various adverse outcomes, such as the water supply being significantly affected by diverting bulk water pipes, by interrupting the planned water flow to its designated jurisdictions, resulting in a negative impact on the overall water supply system. This can further result in water scarcity in regions that were once intended to receive that water. Notwithstanding the illegal diversions of water pipelines can lead to the pollution of the water supply, which can pose health hazards to individuals who consume diverted water. significant harm to the water infrastructure, resulting in leaks, fractures, or other problems within the pipeline system. This can lead to water losses and expensive repairs for water providers. To take into consideration, as it stands, the Department of Water and Sanitation estimates that 90 billion in annual investment in water infrastructure is required over the next decade, in order to provide a consistent water supply is a crucial priority for South Africa's future. The scale of this challenge should not be underestimated. In 2019, more than 66% of South Africa's population resided in metropolitan areas and cities, with 5 of its municipalities accommodating over 3 million inhabitants. According to the United Nations, the proportion of South Africa's population living in urban areas is projected to be 72% by 2030, and this is likely to increase to over 80% by 2050. This expansion will place further pressure on the resources that are already limited. From January 2020 to September 2020, the city of Cape Town experienced a total of 300 incidents of land invasion. The conventional method of dealing with land invasion typically involves eviction or relocation. However, this procedure poses significant challenge for landowners, both private and government. Local authorities and policy makers usually struggle a lot with finding a proper resolution in terms of land invasions. The research problem. The city of Mbombela is no exception to illegal land invasion challenges that have made it difficult for all spheres of government to maintain sustainable water provision. The demand for water consumption has experienced a significant and rapid growth in recent years. As a result, the current water resources are becoming insufficient to supply the users within the municipal area at an acceptable level of assurance due to water diversions in bulk water pipeline. The study proposes that by incorporating Fourth Industrial Revolution 4IR technology into an unauthorized land occupancy response system, authorities can improve their capacity to monitor, detect, and respond to unauthorized land occupancy, while also assuring the sustainable provision of water for all people. This methodology encourages the use of data to inform decision-making, increase transparency, and inform the community, resulting in improved and robust water management strategies in the city of Mbombela. So what is the significance of this study? The study seeks to integrate 4IR technologies into unauthorized land occupation response system. This can assist to enhance stakeholder capabilities in monitoring, detecting, and responding to unauthorized land occupation while ensuring sustainable water provision for all residents. This approach promotes data-driven decision-making, transparency, and community engagement, ultimately leading to a more effective and resilient water management strategies. Furthermore, the study seeks to address the Sustainable Development Goals number 6 and 11, which aims to contribute to a better understanding of the interconnectedness between water management, urban development, and sustainable communities, thereby supporting efforts to achieve Sustainable Development Goals 6 and 11. Ladies and gentlemen, may I also emphasize the importance of trying to consistently address the Sustainable Development Goals in research. The overreaching aim of the study is to create a live data reporting system that can have consistent monitoring of open land that is at risk of illegal invasion using 4IR. These are the following. I'll just focus on the research objectives, or you can read along with the questions just to save time. To assess the status quo of the current bulk water infrastructure, to explore the role of the PIE Act in encouraging illegal land invasion, to explore the use of 4R as an early warning detection tool of illegal land invasion to develop a co-creation low-tech collaborative system that can be used to allow households to participate in self-watering monitoring usage. So the theoretical framework will look at the governmentality to address objective 1 and 2, and the systems theory will address objective 3 and 4. The research methodology, the study will take a mixed method approach. The research design will be descriptive research design. The sampling for the qualitative data will be judgmental, and for the quantitative data will be systematic sampling. The target population is formal and informal housing occupants. So I left out the literature review to save time for everyone. Thank you. Any questions?
Any question? Oh, okay, Prof.
Hello. No, that was great. Thank you. They've all been really good, actually. I never say that before I ask the question, which is a bit mean. But, you know, congratulations to all of you. I think my issue with this one is around the data justice issue, you know, because the way you're presenting the 4IR technology is it seems to come over a bit like a surveillance system, you know. Mm-hmm. And we had this issue when we're doing some deforestation work from Sheffield, where they were trying to check who was cutting down trees when they shouldn't be cutting down trees in conservation zones. And they were taking pictures using the European satellite at 1 kilometre, you know, of vulnerable places, whatever. But of course, when you start looking at things from the air, you see all sorts of things that you don't necessarily see from the ground. So they were finding illegal charcoaling, for example, and settlements where they weren't supposed to be. But the point then is, what are the ethics of this? Because if, you know, in this system, you're not necessarily going to be helping the people in the informal settlements if you have a data stream that goes to the police station when maybe 4 or 5 people have put up the first hut, and then the SAPs turn up with their truncheons, and, you know, they've got this early detection system of a possible invasion of vulnerable land. So your target population, in a way, can't be the informal settlement people, because you're going to wreck their lives. You know, just like if the data about the charcoal burners, we'd actually sent that to the people that were funding the research. We decided not to in the end, you know, because it wasn't in the scope of the research. And data justice ethics says that if you don't have consent to look at someone, you can't use you can't use data you generate that might affect them adversely, the do no harm principle. So I'm a little bit worried about the data ethics of what you're suggesting. If you're going to monitor, detect and respond, because I don't think the municipality is going to go there and say, oh, hi, land invaders, you know, we've got these RC, you know, we've got these public housing down the road, feel free. They're just going to beat them up and kick them off, I think. To correct me if I'm wrong. So I think you're going to have to look at the normativity of what you're doing a bit more. It's just a comment, not really a question, sorry.
Thank you. Thank you. Noted.
Yes, Aubrey.
Hi. Do you have any examples of the technologies that you will be using, or some previous data sets which you will be using?
Not much. I didn't find much literature, but there is a type of technology that I'm looking into also designing to address this issue.
So in monitoring or in predicting the chance of land invasion, so what system or like detection system or technology that you're using to monitor that?
Is it safe to disclose? Is it safe? I'm not too sure on that part if I'm too comfortable with taking it that far in terms of disclosing the type of technology, because I believe that part would be the innovative part of the study.
Okay.
So, yeah, I'll leave it there for now. But there is a tool to detect.
Can I have a follow-up question?
Yes.
I'm just imagining you are doing this kind of a research in a public institution. So now either you disclose or you don't disclose, but at the end of the day, there seems to be going to be a challenge. That is one.
Okay.
Two, I needed to find out, how do you come to conclude that is unauthorized in your topic? Because maybe somewhere, somehow, maybe part of this thing was supposed to be coming maybe towards either your findings or your conclusion, but you are already saying there's something that is unauthorized and so forth. Maybe I was going to accept that kind of thinking, more particularly if you are doing an organizational research, because you will know that this is the institution you are working for, so therefore they need this kind of research. But now as you are doing it as part of your doctoral project, then maybe, I may say maybe you need to look at that. Because even the whole issue about land invasion, this land invasion for who? And why from the first instance would people invade the land?
But remember, people are also invading privately owned land. And
that is where the problem is, because you've never been able to mention to us which kind of land that you are referring to. Then you'll have all these kind of questions if you remain with some of the issues that you should be telling us within yourself then.
Just maybe a question, and perhaps the floor you would help me understand.
Mm-hmm.
There's somewhere you mentioned that this is the innovative part of what you are doing. That's why maybe the technology being used to gather that. Now, and I want to understand what you mean by that is that this is the innovation. That means this is what you see as the final. If I understand, when you say innovation, what you're saying is that eventually this is like a business idea that can come a miracle that can make you the Bill Gates of our world. Is that the idea?
Well, hopefully it's something that can be
commercialized, so to
Yes.
speak. And what I want to understand, and perhaps you may not have the answer, but maybe correct me, somebody else may have it. But what I'm asking is, if the technology already exists to monitor already that we can get this data, and are you talking about the algorithm that you will use? Are you talking about, I want to understand exactly where the miracle would come from. Maybe that is why it's a miracle, but maybe that's why I'm asking, because I want to understand where is it coming from? Because if already the technology exists, then it means that you if it's satellite or something like that.
Can I answer? So basically, it won't be like a technology developed from scratch, but an integration of different types of technologies that can come together to create a specific system that can monitor open land that belongs to the municipality. Yes.
Thank you for your presentation, Vanessa. May you please just go back to your objectives? Because I'm thinking of something. Your research is from the housing discipline, right?
Yes.
Okay, so you speak about the PIE Act, right? So I was thinking, leaving the innovative part for after you've collected your data and you've come to findings, as Prof. Mini said, how do you know of land invasion?
Yes.
And according to my understanding, your studies in Mpumalanga, and there was, I think it was last year, there were houses that were demolished that way because they were in invaded land.
Yeah.
So how about you look at maybe the first I think it's your first, second, and last objective, looking at it from the housing discipline, like justify your land invasion by looking at those cases, and maybe work with the municipality on the acts, the housing acts from the housing discipline, since you're from housing. And then the invasion part be maybe a postdoc after you have those findings, like you are coming up with an application or something based on the findings of your PhD. I don't know if I'm making sense.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for that.
No, thank you, Vanessa. I think the start is very interesting. For me, it's more of a contribution. Maybe I wanted to say, since we are talking about land invasion, especially in what there is regarded as informal settlements, I think also you need to look deep into the concepts of land invasion in terms of how it happens in those areas, because I think there is, up until a certain period of time, where those people whom you were regarding as invaders, they will no longer be invaders. Normally, if, for instance, if they can invade the land on Friday, by Monday, I don't know if you'll still be regarding them as invaders, because if you remove them, you have to provide them with shelter. So I think there is a lot of politics that is happening there. So yeah, I wanted to make this contribution. Thank you.
Interesting, thank you.
You seem to be facing a lot of questions.
Hey. It's okay, it's okay.
You are faced with housing students here also. Okay.
Like, who do you intend to write this for? Are you writing for institutions or for communities? Who's your target audience here?
I'm writing a PhD. Maybe you can elaborate. But basically, the overreaching aim of the study, maybe I didn't present it too well. I would really love to come with an early detection tool, because the city of Mobile in particular really, really struggles a lot with land invasion. And after the land invasion has occurred, they struggle to provide what is necessary after the PI Act has been implemented. So the aim is for me to say, let's avoid it altogether, because the municipality doesn't have the capacity to do what is right. In turn, affecting neighboring communities as well that are intended to receive water. So the municipality now really struggles to meet their commitment to people that are already paying for rates and taxes in those particular areas. So now everyone ends up being neglected in that light.
I think if there's some technology that you're going to use, and then you worry that it might be stolen, at the end of the day, you're going to present defend your research proposal, and then it will need your ethical clearance approved. So you will have to disclose everything that you're going to use, because the ethics committee will not want any technology that might have negative impacts on people.
You really want to know the technology, huh?
No, I'm not saying, but I'm just...
Yeah, no, I'll just come back quickly. I think if this is going to be a tool that the municipality can use to do that, that's not necessarily a PhD. I think that's a separate project in a way. No, you need to sort of adapt this a bit to make it into a PhD by asking a question like, what are the potentials for IR to provide an early detection tool? But you need to distance yourself from the use of this, because that's where the ethics would fail. Because you don't want to be responsible for this response function. So, it's about you do the research, And then the tool, that has to be a consultancy project or a spin-off afterwards or something the municipality takes up. But you do the research about how you would do this and how you would do this well, bearing in mind that there are a number of potentially oppositional stakeholders here, like the settled legal communities and the informal communities, incomers to the community, people who have been there a while. And that you don't want to be going in there and provoking trouble between these different stakeholders. So, make it into a PhD project. And so the aim of the study is not to produce this thing. The aim of the study is to look at the potential of the technology to do this. And then you can talk about the upside and the downside as part of your research, I would say.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Prof, with that input. I normally say to students, sometimes they'll come to do a research project only to find that they are angry of something. If you are angry, Vanessa, I think what I also want to emphasize what Prof Breaking is saying. I think you heard me earlier saying there's a difference between a PhD project and an organizational research. Obvious, if you are saying at Mbombela there's this problem, obvious they may need a bit of work to be done, maybe by them, not by you in your PhD, because there are so many things that you need to follow. As Aubrey was saying, you may find yourself spending the whole year maybe trying to be cleared in terms of ethics. Thank you.
Thank you.
We have got Prof from Tapuri's hand is up there.
Yes. Oh, yes. Thank you, colleagues. I really take your concerns very seriously, and that we may need to restructure it in that way. With the invasions, obviously, some of these, if you look at the history of it, some of it, some land perhaps at some point belonged to them, but now we are calling them invaders. So it's something that is very, it's a tricky situation. So yeah, we will need to look at that, and what Prof Breaking has just spoken about it, that we may want to think about it, because if you look at it, it looks like a very neoliberal approach to how we're handling these things here, in the sense of trying to protect property, the private property, But if you look at the history of it, you may find ourselves, yes, it's at some point sometimes even sympathizing with the invaders to some extent. So yes, we're going to relook at this and see how we can approach it differently. I want to thank you for the comments, everyone who contributed. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Prof. Londiwe, you are the last. We only give you 10 minutes. I know that Londiwe is online.
Yes, I'm online. Hi, everyone. Thanks, Prof. Nyeni. I hope I'm audible enough on your side.
Can someone assist us so that the presentation can also reflect there, to be projected there?
Yes, you're audible, Londi.
Okay, I'm going to share my slides. I'm going to share my screen. It seems like I can't share my slide. It's saying I don't have... I think there's a problem because it's saying that sharing has been disabled, so I'm unable to share on my side.
You can check now, Lundi.
Okay. Okay. Is it showing on your side?
Yes, yes, it is.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Londi Weshandu, a PhD student in the School of Built Environment and Development Studies. My PhD is on community development. So I will be presenting my work, which is still at the development stage. So I will allow for comments and suggestion for improvement at the end of my presentation. So my supervisors is Dr. Ntini and Professor Mtapori. Okay, so my proposed topic is toward a comprehensive framework for e-participation adoption by ward committees in the case of eThekwini municipality in KwaZulu-Natal. So my third slide is focusing on my background. So on my background, what I did, I first started by giving definition of the key concept, which is e-participation and also ward committees. And please excuse my font, I know it's not the same, but I was trying my best to fit everything on one slide. So on this slide, it's providing literature, background, in which is an overview of the current state of the challenges, success, and future direction of e-participation in local government within the context of South Africa. So my first point, as you can see, I'm not going to read because because of the interest of time. So I'm just going to mention that it's just a definition of e-participation, of which I believe is the key concept of what I'm trying to develop. And then my second point is focusing on the roles of ICT in local government, whereby I have reviewed some work that have been done on e-participation within local government. It also giving the challenges or barriers that have been identified by other scholars within the the topic, which is e-participation in local government. I've also looked at the development that have been done so far in terms of the policies, starting by looking at global, national, and also in eThekwini, because my focus is at eThekwini municipality. So that is my second slide. So this is my what I've just mentioned on the existing framework and policies on participation in local government. So as you can see, my first part is the policies that have been developed on e-participation in local government globally. And also there's also national policies or framework in South Africa that has been developed that are supporting the adoption of e-participation. And then lastly, I've looked at the initiative that have been done in eThekwini municipality in terms of adopting e-participation for community engagement in decision making. So as you can see, some of the other initiatives that have already been put in place in eThekwini municipality, it's include online engagement platforms, interactive website for information, mobile apps for reporting, visual town hall meeting, social media engagement, online survey to contribute to decision making, crowdsourcing initiative for innovative and suggestion, capacity building through civic education, and community outreach awareness campaign. So far, that is what I have found in literature that have been done under eThekwini municipality in terms of adopting e-participation in local government. So to narrow down my my study, I have chosen to focus on local government structure, specifically ward committees. So I'm going to move on my slide, which explain why I decided to focus on ward committees. So why ward committees? So I firstly started by giving a definition of what exactly is ward committees, and I have also looked at the background, how they came about, how they were established, and I've looked at the policies that have also supported the establishment of ward committees within local government. So what I can say maybe in summary is that ward committees are a very essential a very essential structure in local government as they break the gap between municipal authorities and communities, ensuring that local government is responsive, inclusive, and accountable. Integrating e-participation strategies strengthen their role by enhancing community by enhancing communication, expanding participation, and fostering transparent decision-making process within municipalities like eThekwini municipality. So to go on my problem statement. So as I have mentioned that there's a lot that has been done under eThekwini municipality in terms of adopting e-participation, but specifically looking at the ward committees, despite all these available platforms for e-participation, but it seemed like the adoption of e-participation by ward committees remain questionable. So I will move on to my problem statement. So in simple terms, or in simple line, my problem statement is just limited adoption of e-participation by ward committees. So within literature, I have reviewed literature to support my statement, maybe just to go in details on my research problem. So literature revealed that there are several participation initiatives that have been developed and adopted globally by local municipalities for the purpose of enhancing community engagement in decision making. These initiatives are considered useful for the local government in ensuring transparent accountability and citizen empowerment in local decision making processes. The uptake of these participation initiatives remain limited within the government structures, particularly ward committees within eThekwini local municipality. So there is an underlying socio-technical dynamic that shape the adoption and diffusion of e-participation tool within the specific context and the ward level government. There's also lack of technology infrastructure, which remain as a problem in more especially in the marginalized areas such as townships and also rural areas. I have also looked at some global stats, some that were presented yesterday, that there's which shows that only 35% of population in less developed countries are using internet, which is very low. And also looking at the South African stats of 2023, it showed that only 28.6% households have access to internet at home and everywhere throughout all provinces in South Africa. Then there's an issue of digital divide and technology inequality, which also hinder the adoption of e-participation platforms. Then skills, affordability, network quality, resource availability are also contributing factors for the adoption of e-participation. And then lastly, there's a lack of a tailored framework for ward committees to incorporate e-participation in their responsibilities. That's why I have come to say the gap is that there's limited adoption of e-participation by ward committees. Okay, then that takes me to my next slide, which is the rationale or the significance of the study. So I believe my study is important because this research will not only dwell into the underlying factors hindering the adoption, such as technological barriers, institutional constraints, and attitude of committees members, but also seek to contribute to the field by proposing a model for the adoption of e-participation by ward committees, since there is a lack of a framework for them to incorporate e-participation into their responsibilities. Secondly, to provide a conceptual framework that guides the systematic implementation of e-participation tool by ward committees. Lastly, to develop the development of such model hold a promise in fostering practical strategies to overcome barriers, enhance committee capacity, and create an environmental conducive to the effective use of e-participation, thereby advancing citizen participation strategic within local government structures, particularly ward committees. And then this takes me to my objectives, which are still under development. So I will accept comments and suggestions. So my objective, the first one is to explore ward committee perception on e-participation adoption in eThekwini municipality, to explore stakeholder perception on e-participation adoption in eThekwini municipality, to explore forms or modes that are in favor of e-participation adoption in eThekwini municipality, to explore structures within the community for the promotion of e-participation adoption, to analyze factors hindering the adoption of e-participation tool and practices by ward committees in eThekwini municipality. Then lastly, to design a model for ward committees adoption of e-participation under eThekwini municipalities. And then we go to my research questions, of which they are in line with the research objectives, so I'm not going to read them. I'm just going to jump to my research sites. So with my research site, I've decided to go with the Ink area, which is in Durban. So in Ink area, it consists of Intuzuma, Inanda, and Kwamashu, which is about 25 kilometers north of Durban city center. So I intend to select one ward in Kwamashu, one ward in Tuzuma, and one ward in Inanda. So with Kwamashu, I intend to select a more township ward, and then with Tuzuma, it's going to be a mix of informal settlement and also the township. And then in Inanda, because there's a part that is more rural in Inanda, so it's going to be a mix of rural or or a township. Yeah. So this area Inc. is one of the largest concentration of low-income household in South Africa or in Durban under eThekwini municipality. To move on to my next slide, which is my methodology. So I'm a qualitative person. I've never done any qualitative work, but I'm open to suggestion if there's a need for quantitative. So I intend to use a qualitative research, which is going to generate new insights and is going to allow the researcher to explore human behaviors, which is in line with the objective of the study, to deeply understand reason or factors behind the adoption of e-participation. In terms of the research design, I intend to go with interpretive research design, which will allow to seek to understand the meaning people attribute to their actions, interaction, and their world around them. And then with with the research design is going to be a case study. I mean, the previous one was a research paradigm. So now it's a research design, which is going to be a case study, which is going to allow me as a researcher to be able to gain new insight from people within the selected areas, whereby they will be able to share their understanding in terms of the law adoption of e-participation by ward committees. So in terms of the sampling, I intend to use purposive and snowballing sampling. I know that my supervisor said I must focus on purposive only. So I will identify with the help of eThekwini municipality officials, identify maybe 2 or 3 people participants that will act as an informant, because I'm not familiar with the area, so that they can refer me to other relevant people that will be part of the study. So I intend to select ward committees, also the community stakeholders, which include your traditional leaders, your councillor, and also government officials, mostly those that work under participation units in eThekwini municipality. In terms of the data collection, I will do in-depth interviews, but that will depend on data saturation, and also 4 focus groups discussion, which will be done with the community stakeholders. In terms of analysis, I intend to use a qualitative method, which is thematic analysis, whereby we'll identify emerging themes on the transcript after the interview that has been conducted and transcribed
Londi?
and translated.
Hello,
Okay,
Londi?
moving to my last, I know time is out. Last slide, which is theoretical framework for the study. I intend to use the diffusion of innovation theory, and my supervisors have said that I need to also have another theoretical framework so that I can have two. So I will stop there for now and then allow for suggestion and comments. No question, please. Joking. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. We have already taken 5 minutes. Okay. So any reaction? Okay. It looks like no one is interested to. I'm sorry to put it like that, but it looks like everything is clear. Okay, there's one question.
People are already tired.
Sorry, thank you for the presentation. I think my main comment is on the issue of the aspect where you say that the supervisor has said you add more section and all that. And I'm thinking that it's a good comment, but I would rather you own it. Do you own those comments that the supervisor has said, that you felt that he has said add another model to explain the social aspect? So instead of saying the supervisor has said, I have, because this is your work, you're driving it. So you say, we have agreed that I'm going to add this rather than moving it to the supervisor. I'm just feeling like that is a comment that is related to the ownership of the work, because eventually it's your work.
That is correct,
Yes,
Doc.
thank you for that.
No one is going
Thank
to
you.
take ownership of this except you. Those bilateral or behind-the-scene discussions are between yourselves. It looks like Prof, you've got a question.
Hello, thanks for that. That was another very fast and detailed presentation, which was great. I hate it when you look at yourself on the screen. I assume that you think e-participation is a really good idea in these wards, but it would be nice to know why and what types and what the quality of that e-participation might be. Because, you know, if you have a direct relationship to your ward councillors and the ANC and the council, that actually might be of a better quality than being asked to do an e-participation poll where you just vote on something and it disappears into the electronic ether. So, you know, why are you doing the study? Why is e-participation always a good idea? And are you going to ask people about that? Thanks.
Thank you, Prof. I'm sure you are taking note of that, Londi. I'm not sure whether you want to react.
Yes, the comment is noted.
So you are tired already to respond. Okay, thank you so much, Londi, with such a present. Can you give Londi a round of applause, please? Colleagues, it looks like we have come to an end of our today. So I also want to commend you for being patient with us. The only thing is that we want to make sure that we finish everything that we have prepared for the day. And I'm also influenced by the fact that all of you came here because you know that it's a summer school. So thank you so much, because I think that also has shown a bit of respect to those who were also supposed to be presenting, as they've also shown that to all of you. Thank you so much. Let us meet tomorrow. But what I will also emphasize is that there's nothing that is stopping presenters to make a follow-up from those who made some comments. We may have a lot of comments. Some of the things we did not want to to say it here, but you can still. Yes. Thank you so much with that, colleagues. Let's meet tomorrow then.